Okay, audio test. Audio test one, two. Okay, audio test. Audio test one, two. Should be good. Alright, yo, yo. Should be good. Just log in. Alright, yo, yo. Log in. Just log in. Log in. Alright, hopefully audio is okay. I don't know. Might be a little quiet, but it is what it is. Alright, as usual, I just want to. I mean, the whole point of this videos are mostly just to catalog my thoughts and stuff, so I don't really forget the builds and stuff I've done. But yeah, first time playing Hero Siege since it became an ARPG. I actually played it a while ago, back when it was like a Binding of Isaac like game. But I'm having a lot of fun. Season 9 just came out a week or two ago, something like I don't remember. I've kind of been chilling. I'm hero level 50 on Bard. Really cool game as an RPG. I feel like it's a lot of cool stuff. I'm gonna just get to playing the game and then talking as I go. Um, so yeah, I just picked it up a week before. Like I started learning a week before the season launch, just doing some runs and stuff. Just trying to figure out the game, and it's been a lot of fun. Like just going around killing stuff. Really, I think Bard feels really good. I've tried Paladin and a little bit of Nomad, but I settled on Bard just because yeah, this skill is nice. You just hold your button down and you just blink everywhere, right? It's pretty good. Obviously, single target is a little bit of a struggle, but you just swap to your single target setup and just clear them down. But I mean, I'm clearing Hell 5 pretty smoothly. Obviously, I'm running Satanic Zones, not really checking for mods or anything. I haven't really run into. Obviously, I don't die much. I've been playing somewhat casually. I haven't played maybe 50 hours or something since the season came out. Maybe a little bit more than that. Somewhere around there. But yeah, kind of just got that before. Kind of just going through. I did not like look too much up. I just kind of tried to learn as much as I could. There's a couple useful websites that I've left in the description in case anyone's curious. That's kind of the main two resources that I've used. Um, yeah, the helper Hero Siege helper website, super useful for just any little like it's basically like a wiki kind of. It's got a lot of info on there. Super useful. And, but yeah, I'm not going full speed here. Normally I can play this build pretty fast. It's a pretty fast build. Yeah, you just kind of blink around. It's basically like Flicker Strike from PoE, which I've never actually played in PoE, but feels good in Hero Siege. Yeah, I mean you can do stuff like this. You just go through, kill everything, and yeah, you have your blink built in. We can talk about the build later, but it's pretty standard. I'm sure if you check any other person's Flicker Strike build, well, I don't know. We'll talk about the tree. Actually, the tree is super cool. So the reason why I decided to play Hero Siege, I've tried it in the past after it became an RPG, and I just couldn't really. I don't know why I clicked that portal. I should have said. I couldn't really get into it, and I don't know why. Where that? Um, Money in the Bank. Yeah, so I've been kind of printing. I haven't had any issue making currency or anything like that. My gear is pretty. It's like okay. it's still kind of like early progression. I think there's still a lot of changes I want to make. Mostly getting a helmet upgrade and potentially ring change here, and then maybe doing a strength stack setup later. I'll talk about that later. But yeah, the idea is just in case anyone's curious, Ether Tree is just magic find. I was doing mining as well. Mining's nice. Which is how I got my what's it, jewel crafting up, so I can craft all the jewels and stuff, which is one way I've been making money. And then the other way is just yeah, magic find killing everything and just selling all the drops and keys and stuff. Pretty chill. I can see I'm instead of 1,000,000 gold right now. Shouldn't be too hard to make. I think the helmet I want is quite expensive, so see how that goes. How fast I can farm it. But honestly, I'm just kind of farming hero levels. I got to 50 earlier today. Um, yeah, just kind of cruising, basically just chasing satanic zones. That's all the game plan is. Just yeah, just go to the satanic zones, clear them, clear them in the dungeon because the mods apply to the dungeons as well. Sometimes you get really tanky stuff you want to swap setup for, but it's more of a mapping setup. And I'm sure I'm doing things wrong because again, I don't watch Hero Siege content really. I'm kind of just kind of going with whatever I think is okay. I haven't looked up like tree guides or anything like that, so I'm kind of just winging it a little bit. Yeah, which is it's been pretty fun, honestly. Like I liked it a lot. Just as like a chill game you can kind of throw on because it really doesn't take too much attention, I guess. Like PoE or something where you kind of depending on what you're doing. Typically don't play blaster builds in PoE. But speaking of which, I never did make any or document anything for a Mirage, even though I did play a lot. Well, I say a lot, but I didn't play a ton. Just basically got my Valdo farmer online and then just kind of farmed a bit and got that character up to a decent level and then just kind of stopped playing in favor of Hero Siege. So, um, yeah, overall it's been pretty cool. I think of what else. I want to talk a little bit about the build, I guess. So right now, obviously, I'm playing Bard. I leveled as Bard. I've only played Bard um, in this league. I made a Paladin, but he's like level 3. I didn't really do anything. Um, so I played a lot of Paladin in trying to learn the game. Oh, did 9,000 fizz damage. I was gonna say I don't die often on this character at all, and then I just died. Okay. I wasn't really paying attention. I will say the survivability of this character relies a lot on you actually hitting stuff. Um, and if you stop hitting stuff, you'll probably die. So yeah, that is a thing. Is this zone anything special? I don't actually know. I never check. No, I don't think so. Nothing super crazy. Maybe these guys just do a lot of damage. I don't know. Again, I rarely die. I really die. Which is how I've gotten to your level 50, because you just kind of kill stuff and don't die, and then you're kind of cruising. Basically, I guess I could link my filter, maybe. I didn't think about that, actually, so just now. My filter is basically just looking for S tier mythics and class and what else? Yeah, satanics, obviously. Satanics and yeah, basically just picking up with Magic Find, picking up everything I can, selling it to the vendors and making money. Because you just get like you know, 3 full pages I have 3 inventory spaces, so you can just fill those up with S tier mythics and satanics, and then just sell them all. And then of course if I get any lucky heroic drops or anything, which I've gotten a fair few of those too. It's the dungeon. Then I sell those. And usually I'm not mining much. I'm kind of I mined a lot at the start and got my levels up to where I can actually craft everything, and then kind of stopped. But I'll mine if I ever see like an overflowing or vein for jade, or what's it called, Terithium or whatever. Then I'll mine it too, and just run that. But yeah, as you can see, you know this map or zone is pretty bad for guess count. Crazy for monster density. But yeah, in like in good zones, you'll drop satanics left and right, and they all sell for 500 to 1,000 gold a piece. So you're dropping them regularly, and also you're dropping a bunch of keys as well, and those you can sell on the market for quite a bit. All the chaos keys I sell them 10 for between 35 45,000 gold for 10 of them, and I sell them in sets of 10 like that. And so far they've been doing, yeah, okay. And then of course if you get like boss drops like raw scrolls or literally anything, um, then I sell those too. I I don't really know. There's a lot of stuff I don't know about the game. Like I don't know much about. I have I have cleared Hell 5 and got to Infernal, but I haven't done anything in Infernal just because my damage thing needs a little bit of more. I need a little bit more damage to actually feel comfortable in it. Because right now, like I've just been steadily cruising up through Hell difficulties. I farmed a lot of Hell 1, a lot of Hell 3, and now I'm Hell 5. So I kind of skipped 2 and 4, which, from what I gather, is kind of the norm. Or not pick up the item. Yeah, I have commons enabled just in case I find any good, rune word bases and stuff when I sell those too, but they're pretty few and far between. And I haven't really had much success selling them, so I wouldn't rely on it too much. Yeah, see the dungeons. I'm just gonna sit somewhere on the map. I just don't feel like looking for it. But the cool thing about this game is like it's so easy just to chill farm, because you can make gold from just about everything. It's like really easy. I'm sure you could do different strats if you wanted. I could just craft jewels all day if I wanted to and make a handy profit like that. But I don't really. Yeah, it's not that fun, right? And obviously you don't get hero levels. And the main thing that I want is to get hero levels because it's kind of the whole point of this update is the hero tree or the what is it called, incarnation tree, which is the main reason why I wanted to get into the update is because they added the hero instead of the hero level thing that they had before. They added a basically a passive tree, like PoE style passive tree, except it starts when you hit level 100, and your skills are all aligned. So the way that Hero Siege works is that you have skills, right? And once you get to level 100, you have enough points to put in all your skills, and you're done with your skills. Then you start leveling this tree, and I'll talk about it in a second. But the tree that I went for, but I've basically just been trying to level up so I can mess around with the tree and do cool stuff. And I'll probably try a strength stack setup pretty or as like the next thing. I don't know how well it's gonna work out, but I'm definitely gonna try it, especially since you get more than one passive tree thing like over here, and there's a second loadout you get for free. Um, sorry. I'm not the biggest fan of this zone. I only bought the DLC recently because it's on sale for like $3, so figured might as well. And I was trying to do my Soulforge ring quest, this one. Um, Soulforge ring quest this terrain, and this is the DLC has like a nice farming spot for the one of the quest lines. That so figured it might as well. Um, that is one of the annoying things about this game though, is there's so many things that you have to like pay for. Like stash tabs, sure. Like inventory, extra inventory tabs, like I mean it's definitely pay to win, you can argue, because of the yeah, the market slots, because you only have a limited number of things you can list on the auction house. And then yeah, that's and then you can buy more slots, and same with your inventory and stash and stuff, right? But I mean, it's okay. The main thing is like a lot of the classes, like Bard, for example, is you have to pay for, and then there's the DLC, which isn't required, but it unlocks this whole zone, which does give you some nice stuff to farm and other things like that. Makes your trails better. But yeah, basically with this setup, I'm chasing Satanic Zone, just going from one to the next, and yeah, just speed farming them. Kind of the setup. You just do this number and yeah, blow through everything, pick up stuff that you find when you see a boss. This is mess up like silly. Then you just swap to your single target setup, which is the Mosh Pit. I forgot what it's called, Mosh Pit Massacre skill. Yeah. Um. Yep. And then don't forget to do dungeons as well when you're doing this setup. I'll kind of talk about it a little bit, but I just wanted to kind of some cool game. So there. Oh, is this this must be a relic one? That's good. I'm not leveled relics. I kill these divine ones, so I can. That's the only problem with this build yet, is you don't quite have the damage to smoothly kill a lot of these like divine and loading mobs. So you end up having to single target swap while mapping, which is a little frustrating. Oh, yeah. So if you don't like doing that, then this probably not the build for you in terms of progression. Or you can always just drop hell levels if you want to speed farm faster. But then of course you get less XP, magic bind, and all that. So and generally it's not too big of a deal. Like here, most of the time you're kind of cruising through, um, chill, and you just kind of pick up. I really like how this game has see, and then you get some heroics and stuff every now and then. And I mean, I feel like most of them are not super valuable at this point, but they can be. You never know. I'll price check. I don't actually know. Um, I'm not, like I said, I'm not super knowledgeable because it's my first season playing. But yeah, it's been pretty chill. I blast through stuff pretty nicely. I really like the fact that your character just kind of teleports around doing their attacks. Um, and yeah, like I said, I'm pretty tanky as long as I'm hitting stuff. Like you saw there, I got chunked, but like I have like such insane life on hit. Like I literally recover half my HP bar every time I attack something. So yeah, as long as you don't get one shot, then you're kind of chilling. And like my life pool is decent. It's not insane, and I'm obviously still scaling that. If I dropped any place, let me go check over here. No. So I haven't been able to level some of my relics at all because I just haven't been lucky with the relic drops, but okay. Yeah, you can like go like Bluetooth loot your stuff if you just hover. I don't know. Some people might not know actually, because I didn't know at the start either, but I saw someone doing it. And basically, if you find an item. Draw relics. Items. Think these are my relics, by the way. Skull Axe level 5, Fortune Card level 3, Rock Belt level 2, Dirge level 1. I haven't found a single other Dirge. It's ridiculous. But it's kind of what I'm rocking with. I just haven't gotten lucky. And I've run into multiple of these zones and still just haven't. Is there really no item? Oh, here's one. Yeah, you can just hover over and press F or whatever your interact key is and it'll pick up automatically. Pretty nice. Yeah. I'm gonna keep farming this zone. I want those relics, and if I can get my relic upgrades and stuff, then that'll be sick. Obviously, you can full clear like the actual zones and not just go straight for the dungeons and stuff. But the dungeons are usually way better because they're much higher density and yeah, they have the mods and stuff too, as you saw from them dropping the relics and stuff, which is really nice. And then, yeah, they're just generally more fun because there's just more mobs to just completely melt, right? But yeah, obviously this build, I swapped to this skill. So I did Lightning Bard for leveling. Because for Fizz, you kind of need a weapon, right? Your weapon damage. Be paying attention to the relic drops. See them on the minimap. You can see them on the minimap, but I found like so many skull axes in any courages or many rock. So hopefully, and the Satanic Zones last 30 minutes apiece. It's actually kind of fun. Like at first I was like, I don't know. And you can do codexes too. Once you get to Health 5, where you basically empower the specific zones you want to farm. So if you are like partial to particular layouts, or maybe your strategy is better, like if you're farming, I don't know, like Chaos Towers or something, you might want a smaller map. I actually don't know how the spawns on those work, so maybe smaller map isn't good, but I'm assuming, smaller map lets you get to all of them faster if there's no, you know, uh, like surface area limit, I guess, or if that makes sense. I don't know. But yeah, as you can see, I can pretty much tank all on death effects. They don't really to me, which is nice. But yeah, I'm going a little bit slower here. I'm to look for relics, but I'm not seeing any. Oh, there's Dirge. Let's go. All right. Um, yeah, there's a lot of avenues for power progression, and a lot of it's farmable. Like you can farm it yourself, which is pretty nice. So you don't have to trade for as much as you might think, right? And you can even target farm heroics and stuff. It's a lot. I mean, it's not easy, right? But it's pretty nice. So I quite like a lot of the systems. The Satanic Zone thing that I was talking about, it's kind of fun because like you farm for 30 minutes in one zone and then a new zone's gonna pop up. So you're always like, oh, maybe the next zone will be better, or you know might be useful in this way or that way that this current zone isn't. And it's global for everyone, right? So it's not like, at least I'm pretty sure it's the same, right? I think it's a server wide thing. So yeah, everyone has the same Satanic Zone bomb. Yeah, as you can see, my replenish isn't crazy. My replenish isn't crazy, but my life on hit's pretty nuts, and I have pretty solid res and decent HP pool. So like I was able to basically face tank L5 Mebius and kill him. that much of a problem, which was nice. And I basically did that for all the soul. What is it called? I did my soul ring quest in Hell 1. Uh, yeah, I'm pretty sure most of it in Hell 1, if not all of it in Hell 1. But shielding guys are really annoying. Just gonna have to make sure, double check that I don't miss any what's it called? Relic. Oh, there's rock belt. Rock belt. Cake is nice, but I don't really have anything to replace. I think my setup is fine, especially once I swap to strength stack, because I need the defense ignore because I'm gonna be losing it in some spots, and I have already. Attributes, of course, are just really nice. Move speed's always good. This is just, I don't know how you don't run this on every character. It's just free magic and gold find. And then this is just OP, right? Like this is a basically perma uptime on 60% damage increase and 20% attack speed, which is fantastic for setup. All right. What else? Yeah, I think one of the things that I don't know. I mean, I'm not too tapped into the like community around Hero Siege, so I don't know exactly what the reception has been to season 9. I mean, launch day was rough. I'll say I managed to play probably more than a lot of people because I didn't have like I mean, of course everyone had issues, server issues, all that kind of stuff, but I was able to get on and play for a good amount of time on launch day. So by end of launch day, I was at oh no oh shoot Colin. End of launch day, I was um sword. You'll get more space first. Just gonna I should have sold. Normally, I would have sold between zone clears, but I didn't really think about it. Basically, the only things I keep are any really good. Mostly gloves are gonna be actually usable. Yeah, here's a rook. Obviously, I'm gonna keep that in price check. Um, but basically, you're looking for like rune ward bases that have skill levels, mythics that have skill levels that are usable. So mostly gloves, maybe boots, and then flasks that have instant replenish stuff like stuff like this where it's like 96% instant regen. So and then the rest you can just sell it, and then I keep the charms too. And you never know what charms you might need. So what might sell. So like this one is not bad. I don't know if it would sell because it's a life flask and it's quite low life. So but yeah, everything else like this one I'll check because and this one too because my merc runs these items. So if they're better than the ones that he has equipped, I will just equip those. Obviously. Yeah, so you just kind of do like a little like this one's pretty good. So I'll probably keep that. Like these weapons, even though they have like skills, like nobody's buying them. Like this is maybe good. That's about it. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm. This. So don't forget. You probably just reset the zone. You don't really need to care too much. Normally I would, but whatever. I'm yeah, not the best at multitasking, so I'm kind of just trying to play the game and talk and stuff. Sit over. I'll just skip the shield guys, but I can't. Listen up. Like it literally doesn't matter too much. Need to keep an eye out for a good. There are a lot of these like walls and stuff which are stop you. You get stuck on. Nunchucks. I was running nunchucks earlier, but I swapped them out. I think the ones that I've got are better. I think nunchucks are just attack speed and damage, maybe. Like that. Definitely still good, but I think when trying to think ahead and also just thinking about farming and stuff, it's the um. But yeah, as you can see, I just sold right, so I didn't really. Oh, dirge, big. I didn't really talk about it much, but like most of this stuff will sell. Like you can see, like okay, you can't unless you're at the merchant. A lot of this stuff will sell for decent amount, and it's like over time, it's not much at face value, but over time, and honestly, that's just a secondary source of income. Main source is of course the keys and other things you're picking up, right? The resources that people actually buy in bulk, like the chaos keys and the bifrost key, those kinds of things, and oops, Polax. But yeah, it can be. Sometimes I don't feel like swapping, so I'll just sit there and. I feel like this game to me feels like it has a lot less market pressure than QE because just about everything's farmable yourself if your build can handle the content anyway, right? Which to be fair, mine obviously I haven't bossed any of the what's it called, infernal bosses or anything like that. Like I haven't really done much of farming, but I don't really care because it's like I can buy all the gear anyway. You know? So yeah, it's all right. It's not bad. Um, Pretty smooth. I like because you can just kind of turn your brain off. You don't really have to think. You're not clicking on anything. You take back to basics on the tree. Um, on the ether tree. I mean, yeah, ether tree. This node here, which removes all called all league mechanics, basically, whatever they're called. I don't know. But yeah, league mechanics or whatever. Um, and then it just gives you extra magic find rates. So you just basically just run around and kill everything, so you make your money, and it's pretty nice. You don't really have to, and it's nice on this build because I feel like this build is not fun when you're just like doing a siege. What are they called? The siege things, where you just kind of kill stuff in one spot. Because part of the point of this build is to, except for when you come across something with it, colossal shielding white death, um, where it's a lot of fortune guard, holy big, where these tanky stuff, which I'm just gonna, I'll kill them. Because they do have like these. Obviously, the more mods, the theoretically better loot. Um, but it's fun when you can just kind of do this thing where you're just like blasting through and just killing everything. And like as you go, you can pick stuff up or whatever. But then you do have to swap for this thing. As you can see, there's also no mana problems. Now, you'll kind of see. So if I throw this stuff, right? I'm throwing these, like this out, by the way, is the headbanger for armor break. But as you can see, now my mana's dropping, right? Because I have a lot of mana, so like I have space to let that happen. But basically, if I'm not hitting a target, I'm degenning mana per amount. Because with this build, you're pretty much always attacking as much as you can. Normally, I would have reset, not bothered grabbing a lot of these other things, but I'm just double checking the relics. It doesn't let you reset if there's an enemy nearby. But yeah, it's kind of fun. I kind of like like I said, the satanic zone mechanic, where it kind of hops around different zones. You're never bored, like just running the same map over and over. You get a variety of landscapes. Obviously, some are better than others, and like if you could choose, which you can with the codexes and stuff, it's just a lot more prep and what's it called? Yeah, prep and money, right? Because you have to buy orbs and things because you don't really self-sustain the orbs. At least not the ones you want, right? You drop plenty of orbs, but I'll show. I'll show after like this zone is times out, which will happen in 10 minutes. But basically, the zones, yeah, they run for 30 minutes. It's a good build, like showcase anyway. It's kind of like showing. Bible is good because it's also stats, but I mean, I don't see how it's better than. I think it's stats. Yeah, how is that not? It's a worse version of Rock Belt. But yeah, it's pretty chill. Pretty chill setup. And the main thing, like I said, is just pushing XP. Like I'm not, I mean, obviously I'm not. If you want to do XP, you probably should run codexes with like XP, but those are probably a little expensive, right? And you get enough XP. Um, I've been doing this like pretty inefficiently because I've been going slow because I'm talking and looking at all these relics and stuff. But yeah, you get XP pretty smoothly. Uh, right? And it's been pretty smooth. Yeah, like I've had really no issues getting up to hero level 50. As long as you're conscious of like what your build can handle. You don't want to jump up in hell levels too fast. So, you know, like I said, I started out Lightning Bard, all the way through Nightmare, basically. Um, and maybe early Hell 1? I don't think so. I can't remember. I don't think so. I think basically I swapped as soon as I got to Hell to this physical damage bard setup. But you do kind of need some items, right? So I swapped as soon as I could afford some of those key items, like what is it? I picked up the Steve sword just because it gives a bunch of nice stats that are good. Make sure I didn't leave behind any relics. Get a bunch of levels though. Level 7, level 8. Holy, that's a lot of magic gold. Yeah, I don't know how everyone doesn't run that item. Obviously, I haven't been getting as many urges or rock belts as I want. I really want rock belt level. Yeah, and if you ever get low like that, you just press your flask and your health bar is basically full because the flasks I'm running are 90 some percent instant recovery, and they're like 3,000 life recovery. So pretty good. I will pick up white flasks too, just because they sell. Unfortunately, holy. We get the other ones though too. Fortune card arguably is the best one though because it's gonna give me more MF. But basically the whole MO. But I would like some more power. I'm just surprised I haven't seen as many. Be able to get at least one more run in of this panic zone before being with Bible. Um, oh, most of the ancient mobs like single target damage down because they're just too tanky. Obviously, the higher damage you get, the less you have to do that. But, and you just swap to this skill and you take them down relatively easily. Mm. All right, set next. Um, yeah, just kind of blasting. I think for now, like I'm trying to basically I've been gearing up. My progression's gone like I said from lightning bar to physical bard swap. Basically day one I did that right. Once I got to level 100 day one, basically, and that was kind of where I stopped. Um, and then from there I could actually do the swap and everything pretty easily. Picked up all the items you need because you need a strong weapon, you need good defense ignore, and other stuff like that, right? For and a good attack speed. Honestly, like if you don't have good attack speed, this build definitely feels a little mediocre. And honestly, I can use a lot more points in this skill tree. So down here, I probably shouldn't waste time clearing down. Okay. But I mean, you got a decent range on this skill, and you can definitely get it higher, right? There's stuff on the tree for that. So the more points you get, and the beautiful thing about the tree is that you never stop gaining hero levels. Like it's literally infinite. Um, so and the level curve isn't linear. Um, it's kind of wonky. I think the first few levels are pretty tough actually. Take quite a while, at least from what I remember. And then once you kind of get past like level 10, 15, then it kind of starts to smooth out a bit. And actually, as long as you're not staying L1 forever, kind of, yeah, you cruise up pretty handily, which is nice. It's not it's kind of a, it just happens as long as you have like, I mean, it helps if you get stuff like Soul Ring and whatnot, which kind of boost up your XP gain, right? But it's not too bad, honestly. Like it's really not. It's really not too bad. As long as you're not dying. That's the other thing too. Just gotta make sure you're not doing stuff that kills you nonstop. So definitely like do your bossing because in the beginning, of course, you're gonna die when you boss potentially. So just make sure you're doing that when you do levels, so you're not losing XP. Or if you're not so, like confident that you can bosses and stuff. But once you get your gear going, once you get enough um like life gain and hit and res and all that kind of stuff. Which if you're getting the right gear, you should. I'll talk about this later once I get more into build. But I think it's important to not skimp on red. Because the brief like stuff that I got about people's league starts is that a lot of them just are like, yeah, just gonna, you know, uh, click these nodes on the tree for res, and it's like, I don't think it's very good. I didn't really try it to be fair, but based on my experience, I don't think it's the smartest thing to do. Because again, like if you the more you die, the less you level, because you just lose a lot of XP to die. Which is really yeah, it's just something you got to be aware of. But also, yeah, you just build around it, right? You just not to die, so prioritize stuff that'll keep you alive, and that's what I did a lot of the time. And even on my bossing setup, what I did was I just allocated more vitality points than strength points, just to give myself more HP because I wasn't like it wasn't a question of me killing them with like too low damage. Like I'll kill them, it might take me a little bit longer, but as long as I can survive, right? Because the bosses do reset and everything when you die and stuff, right? So you don't want to be dying. Just double checking the why do you kill this hole? But yeah, I mean like you can see I've leveled already once. Just doing these zones, and this is hell 5, and you know I did that one time, and I don't even know what the heck happened there. I probably was just standing there, not hitting. I wasn't even. But it's like that's about it. So now I just want to actually get into the build. I got caught up there doing the relics. Let me see. So I got this is really nice actually. So I got level 4 on both of these, and they were both like low, like level 1 or 2, which is huge. Move speed attributes. Yeah, flat phase, intense ignore. Uh, ton of fortune card levels. Level 10. Holy. And level 7, which increases the buff level, I think. Yeah. Nice. So that in and of itself is a decent power buff. I would say relics are not that important. I did most of my gameplay with very low level relics, as you saw. Like some of those were like literally, I think my dirge was level 1, right? So you don't need high level relics. It's not that important. But once you find like satanic zones that have the relic drop chance thing, and also open chests, that's another thing that I didn't realize until like a couple days ago. Chests actually drop relics at a decently high rate. So if you're opening like gold chests, even the regular chests, you'll probably get a lot of those. Um, so let's just sell off this stuff real quick, just to kind of show. So I mean, you see here, right? I'm not gonna sell these. Obviously, I'm gonna sell these on the market, hopefully. But yeah, 300, 630, right? Like all these, those, right? And you can do is just like mouse over stuff. But this looks cool. Never seen that before. That's cool. What does that do? Huh. It's pretty good. I wonder how much this sells for. I'll check it. But basically, I just mouse over everything, and then just make sure I'm not gonna accidentally sell any like super good stuff, and then I'll just kind of sell everything except the charms. And then I've just been holding onto the charms. I need to sort my charms out, but yeah, I haven't really done that yet. I don't know. I might be selling good stuff, but honestly, whatever. It's like not that big of a deal. I feel like, fortunately, you can't use rings on your mercenary either. So, or jewelry at all. So yeah, that's a little unfortunate. Let's check my merc. So yeah, obviously, you know, I've gone up maybe 100 gold just from selling stuff, and of course, that's not even the main part of your money, right? So I've got 13 chaos keys, bunch of these other keys. You can sell these, right? Or you can run the dungeons if you want. Chaos keys will sell really handedly. The other thing is, of course, you're picking up some random stuff, right? Satanic dice sell for a lot. Mallets, Prophet's wisdom, like these things sell for a good amount, right? And of course, I mine stuff every now and then, and I can always craft jewels if I want to, right? So also, I think they changed this, by the way, because this used to be way more expensive. This used to be like 240. So the profit margin wasn't crazy. It was good. You could sell the jewels you make for like 300,000. So, and you bought this for like 240,000, and then if you were self-sustaining the resources, which I was for the most part, because I would just mine stuff as I see it, and I did a lot of mining early on, so I had a lot of stuff, and also some of the ore is pretty cheap if you can snag it. If you just check the thing, like check the market every now and then, people list stuff for like way cheaper than they probably should. So you can get that stuff going pretty cheap, and then you can make you can craft stuff, and you're not paying too much in resources. So your most of the profit is yours, right? Um, you're not having to like sustain your resources too much. Um, and you can check that the crafting bench, right? So like gems are the things you really want to craft. These four are the main profit. Originally, like I did craft some of these jewels too, like I mean, I'm using some right that I crafted, and then you could in the early game you could sell stuff like this one. No, where's the max life one, wherever that is. Um, and then yeah, maybe like the faster cast rate or damage reduction one. Those are okay, but and then yeah, some of these res ones too. Oh yeah, here's the max life. Right, these are pretty easy to craft. Um, but you just want to be careful with dual crafting to where filter dual crafting. So you want to make sure you're not using these resources because you want to save them for these, right? So I would avoid, unless you need them yourself, I would avoid crafting stuff like these jewels, right? So I needed this one, so I crafted it. But I mean, this one doesn't matter, right? Because it's not using any resources that these use. But for example, this one, faster cast rate, it uses Hellstar and Inferno Stone, which is used for this one, right? So it's better to save those for these two because these are way higher profit margin, right? Because there's a much higher barrier to entry to these because you need 375 dual crafting levels. And also if you're, like your mining level is high enough to mine everything, and your dual crafting is high enough to craft everything, then you don't need to buy as much for yourself, so you have much better profit margins as well, right? And then of course you also need to be able to afford this. So if let's actually go to zone 3 so I can talk about the market. So let's see my sales. So yeah, I've got like some random stuff listed, right? Like I don't know if this stuff will sell necessarily. Um, like these chaos keys will maybe sell. The price is fluctuating, so this might not sell because it might be a little overpriced at this point. But you can just check, right? So yeah, they're a little overpriced. I think. Let's see. Yeah, so I was pricing them at 35,000, and then for some reason earlier today the market was shifting to be more expensive. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably unlist these and relist them for. But I might just leave them up because they might sell at some point. But normally I'll sell them for 35,000 for 10, right? So I have like 10 now, so I'll probably just take 10 of them, pop them in here, 35,000. All right, easy. And those will sell. Like I've sold lots of those. This gold ore has not sold, and I think ore is just pointless to sell because even at such a low price, they don't sell, right? Because this will be enough for most people to get their mine level up. Like through the gold stage, right, where you can use gold to level up. But nobody's really buying it anyway. It's been on the market for a while. Stuff like this, like I don't know, like these seem like good boots, right? But I don't actually know how good like mythic items are in this game. I feel like everyone just uses stuff like, you know, heroics and whatnot. Um, yeah, I can check like this heroic that I got, right? See how much it is. It probably isn't worth all that much. So in this case, what I'll do is, because it's not really worth much anymore, I'll just ID it. If it's a really good roll, then maybe it's worth something, right? The roll is like average. So yeah, it's pretty much dead average. So it's not gonna sell for anything. I mean, you could check, right? You could look for the skills. What was it? Two, four. Yeah, just look for 2 4. Maybe here's like a 2 4. It's got about the same rolls. I think my enemy fire res is better. Extra damage, well, to running monsters lower. Fire res is probably similar. Yeah, so I mean, maybe you could sell this one for like 10,000 or something, but you could also just vendor it and just go next. Just keep running if you don't feel like dealing with it, or you don't have slots available. I mean, yeah, I'll probably list it because they usually sell. I'll probably just list it for like 10,000. Maybe it sells. I don't know. Whatever. Um, but like this one hasn't sold yet. I listed this earlier today. You know, sometimes they sell. Sometimes. Um. Oh yeah, these I should probably price these. These are much harder to price because you're gonna just have to look. Like all skills sold at 2 sockets, right? This one sold for 6,000 with like I guess energy. Maybe someone wanted the energy, but like someone would be crafting this, right? And I mean it's hard to tell on that base what's being used. But most of these are like +5, +4 all skills, right? So the +4 fizz is kind of like I don't know if it'll sell, right? So just you can again just throw it in for like 10,000 whatever. Maybe it sells, maybe not. This one again, like the rare stuff, it's quite hard to tell. Like this is a good one. It's got low percent happens instant, but it's really high recovery. So maybe that's why some of these are selling. I don't really see why people don't just use the instant flash, but maybe they're more of like really heavy spenders, so they don't have a lot of mana on hit or something. So they need stuff or like life on hit, for example. I don't know. Um, but you know, I probably like this one sold for. This one's pretty. I mean, it's okay, right? It's like you're what recovering like 2,000 in one click. This one is way better. I don't know. Like again, just list if you don't know. I mean, there is a sale fee, but it's like pretty minimal, so it doesn't matter. Um, yeah, I'm holding on to some stuff, like a bunch of charms. A little bit awkward, but oh yeah, I wanted to check these against my Merc. So here's my Merc. My Merc's just Magic Find Merc, right? The helmet's whatever, but the other pieces are pretty good. I dropped this one myself. Dropped all of these myself actually. So yeah, everything on the Merc I dropped myself. This is just a life, basically just a life build, just to keep him because you don't want him to die, right? So you just want to stack as much uh Magic Find as possible while keeping defenses high, right? So if I look here, like this one is um oh, it's a different one. Sacred Spirit. Okay, but this one, like Magic Find is 19. So the stats on this one is actually better, right? 19 out of 20 as opposed to 18. So, you know, I'll probably swap it out. Defense is a little bit lower, but what I'll do is I'll probably just hold on to this one. And if he dies, then I'll probably put this one back. But I don't think the defense matters then. Which is what I did before with this one. Lost this one now because I don't need it. Um, whatever. This one I've just kept set up for mostly leveling purposes. This is the old shield. So before I got Defender's Justice, I was using this one, right? This one is really good. Probably the best shield you can get when you start off in Hell, right? So once you get level 100, right, you can swap. What I did was I used this one. I talked about the build real quick, actually. Let's do that. I didn't even look at them, but I could probably drop this one. But the rest of them are kind of good. Um, yeah, the unique charms I'm running is just Dragon's Heart Charm, Anu's Ankh Charm, just Claw, Mark of Black Knight. This is mostly to solve for my defense ignore because when I swapped from what is it? Let go. Oh yeah, this chess piece to Executioner Cocoon, then you lose the defense ignore, right? So I swapped this out, and before that I was running the spine trophy, which is just damage. But obviously, right now I can only fit like 3 of these square ones in. So yeah, Ankh Charm is just insanely strong for life. This one is just such a good all around charm for damage and strength and everything. Um, yeah, this one just generically good as well. Great for mana and skill level. And it's a nice form factor, so you can easily fit it in. So the build before was looking like, yeah, I sold some of the stuff, but something like this amulet, this chest piece. You want to get going, siege breakers, same boots. I haven't changed boots. Same rings. Before you get soul ring, you can run like this ring. You just run like a Talus, Kodos, like any of the life ones are good. Um, yeah, I mean, and then Butcher's Hood and Belt. I was running these two. They give you a ton of life stolen per hit. Really strong. Um, yeah. So basically, the main differences was I was running this instead of the Executioner Cocoon, this instead of the Amulet of Colosseum, and this instead of Soul Ring. I think this is kind of doo-doo though. You could probably find something better. Basically, any damage ring is good, or just yeah, if you need to fix like whatever you need to fix, you can find something to replace that with. It's not a big deal, but uh, I want to check this. What like curious? Probably not worth anything unless it's like a god roll. Yeah, interesting. I just never seen that one before. Um, yeah. So that's kind of the gear situation. Basically, I'm just progressing, just slowly. The first thing you pick up, Eden's Harvester, 100%. This is such a really strong weapon for this build. I don't know what people are running, but this is by far the best one that I found. It's a one-hander too, which is really important because you want to run the shield. You want to run Defender's Justice. I picked this up for maybe 700,000. It's maybe cheaper now because there's just probably more on the market. Yeah, way cheaper. I picked this up a while ago. All you care about really is just plus 4 skill levels and res. So you probably want like 60 plus res, and 4 skill levels. So you're looking at maybe like here's one, right? So that's bad res, but here's one. Basically, you just kind of go here. This one's good, right? 750. Um, honestly, this one's insane because it's it's got the corrupted strength, but you would have to clear the rune sockets, right? I could buy this one, but the problem is selling the one that I have is like kind of whatever. Like this would be an insane upgrade though. But is there a reason why I don't? Can you? I don't know. Actually, know if you can remove runes from a forged item. Also, I'm saving for helmets. Um. So sure. That's an insane one though. I mean, I could probably just resell it. Um, attack speed. I'm just gonna see if I can remove runes. Yeah. Okay. I think that's just better, straight up better. I mean, don't. The only reason mine has more res is because of these two trommel jewels, which are they're pretty dirt cheap, so you can make them again. And I actually have space for one more too. Although maybe I'll put something else in there. And maybe I don't need the defense ignore anymore because of my dirge levels. Let's see. What does it change? Uh, where is it? Ignore is at 75. And my res is perfectly capped. Defense ignore is still capped. Okay, perfect. So this is actually a massive giga upgrade. And what I can do is I can throw in 2 Trammel Jewels and probably I'll probably just leave the other 2 blank for now. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Because these are pretty cheap. Um, I mostly care about them for the damage reduction and the res cap. Right now, I'm sitting at 78 res. I'm actually overcapped by 1. It's okay. Why? Oh, because this base has higher res. So I literally have 1 higher res in this. Oh. Okay, well, I still need 2 then. Because they give 2 all res each. So if I was -1, then I'd be down 1 res. Yeah, sick. Dude. That's actually an insane shield. And then I can sell mine for, I don't know, maybe 600 or wait, it's 4. Maybe 650. I don't know if people know they can clear the runes though. Or the, what are they called? Not runes, sockets, socketable, whatever the heck. I might try to sell it for like 700. Just get my money back. Um, but maybe it won't sell. I'll sell for like 650. And then, because that's a insane shield, especially when I want to transition to a strength stack. And it's actually got more vitality. It's got max roll vitality. That's an insane pull. And the strength roll is pretty good. Yeah, huge. That's crazy. It'd actually be pretty nice damage bump too. Sitting at 649 strength. Not bad. So yeah, let's talk about so the gear, like I said before, Eden Harvester by far the biggest pickup. I went straight from Steve's. I'm talking about this one. This sword with I didn't even have good jewels. What did I have? I had like flawless diamonds maybe. Yeah, I think I like had actually I think I had two flawless and two regular in my Steve sword. I sold it back for like 10K. But yeah, you basically can pick up one of these. All you care about here is just attack speed, fizz damage, right? So that's kind of all you care about. Why are these all on ID? The other ones don't matter all that much. Attack speed, fizz damage, enhanced damage, and attack rating. Like the top section, you don't really care about the other additive damage because you don't really scale it much. I mean, it's nice, but anyway, it's a good starting sword for like Hell 1 or Nightmare. Actually, if you can get it in Nightmare, I think I think I bought it in Nightmare. I don't remember. And then the only other differences in this gear is, of course, the shield here, which I kept for leveling another character potentially if I need to. I guess I don't need to. Yeah, I mean it's whatever. I have it. I need to. King's Tower shield. Throw whatever jewels you pick up. I just threw some. I think these are res jewels. Are yeah. One of them's cold and all res. One of them's arcane res and life maybe. Yeah, and the other one's Trommel jewel. Just for res and stuff. But this shield is super nice because it gives you damage reduction, res, and yeah, some damage as well actually. So not bad. Um, and then chest piece is of course where is it? Cuirass of Blood. This one is just nice. You just care about all skills, all the other stats. You just try to get as high as possible. Oh yeah, defense ignore is the reason why you run this chest really, and the strength and fizz damage and everything. Right, it's just such a good piece for damage, and then you just throw in some jewels and stuff. Yeah. So Eden's Harvester is definitely the first pickup upgrade. Then after that, I got Defender's Justice, and then Executioner's Cocoon, and then Amulets. Um, and of course Soul Ring I got somewhere along the way. Um, yeah, it's a pretty solid setup, and these two items are such good items for cheap as well. Like I'm probably not even gonna replace this belt anytime soon because there's not really a better one that gives that much all res, damage reduction, fizz skills, right? I mean, you could probably find a better one, but whatever. It's not like I need to. And this one is really strong too because again, deadly blows and ignore defense, fantastic skill levels. Obviously, mine's maxed out, right? It's like really good rolls, but yours doesn't have to be. All you really want are, you know, +2/+2 on the skill levels, and defense ignore as high as possible. Yeah, max res of course is really nice as well. That's where I'm getting my max res from. So that's why I have, what is it? My defense, I'm 78 all res, right? And keep in mind, even I was res capped even without Defender's Justice, right? Because the Tower Shield gives a ton, right? You can sock it in res jewels if you need to. And then of course you get all res from your soul ring or another ring. You get all res here. Um, you get all res here, right? You get a res from your charms. You get a res from the tree. Although I didn't have res on the tree until recently, just to cap my res. But yeah, so you just want to make sure you're res cap because res cap is really important. I want to talk about the tree too. So I know a lot of people were just like booking it here. I think this is bait. I don't know. This wording is strange. Like I thought it makes your cap 50, right? And then just gives you a bunch of res. So it gives you a bunch of free res, but it makes your res cap 50% instead of 75, which is pretty bad, right? Because that's a huge amount of damage reduction that you're missing, right? And then of course you want your fizz damage reduction to be good, right? Which I think comes from defense, maybe. I don't actually know, or armor, or whatever. No, armor gives defense, right? Which I'm assuming is fizz reduction. Obviously you can get fizz mitigation elsewhere too, and then of course flat damage reduction is insanely broken. This helps so much against like multi-proj attacks and various things like that, which are like smaller hits. Um, but yeah, pretty good. Um, Block is always nice too. The other shield had like 80 block chance, um, which is really nice. But obviously, my defense is way higher than before. 60% block still good. I would just aim for all res, and then honestly, like if you're picking up all this gear, most of it has all res. Like you'll get there, right? It's no big deal. It's not like I don't have res on any charms except for this one for fire res, which I don't even need. Maybe. Yeah, I'm at 129. I don't think I need that. Maybe I do to cap. I do to cap actually. No, I don't. Um. Okay, well, I'll keep it. I don't really have anything better to replace it with right now. Why is my internet so? I anyway. Oh, it's because my rock bubbles probably. Yeah, these boots are great. Again, the main things you're looking for offensively is defense ignore, attack speed, damage. It's my attack damage right now. Uh, Shows you my base, not enhanced damage, all this kind of stuff. Defense ignore should be capped. Yeah, open wounds and crushing blows and deadly blows you want to have decent chance, right? Which this charm helps a lot with, right? It gives you chance for all of them at a pretty high amount, or at least deadly and crushing, right? Pretty high amount. I am using Zo, whatever you want to call it, rune, which gives another 25% chance for deadly blows, which is arguably the most important one out of all of them. This build is not crit based or anything, it's just raw damage. Look at the tree. I just winged the tree. I mean, I just went with what I looked good off rip. Just path to life, right? For life, so I had bigger max hit, damage. Force damage is always good. And then I just path this way because it looked efficient. I could grab this for just more clear. This is really good. You get a ton of life from this, because it's giving you flat life per strength. So you end up getting 5 flat life, for every 5 points of strength, right? Which is pretty good. Then you get 5% strength added as increased life, right? So this gives you flat and this gives you increase, and then you have 10% increase here, um, and then a couple small nodes for flat, right? Really nice. This is just pretty easy to come off of. I just grab that, throw in the jewel. Mine's just like life and man on hit, life, flat life. Yeah, I grab this. This is just big damage. Came over here. This is just AOE, which is nice on the skill because our skills works with AOE. You can see there it highlights the skills that it works with that you have. Of course, all strength is good because strength scales your damage, right? Strength says 1% attack damage per point of strength. So all our strength is getting converted to strength. Right now I'm 50-50 vitality strength just because I want a good life pool. Um, but you could just dump all your points into strength, maybe. Once. I don't know. I just don't like dying, so yeah. Um, oh yeah, the other thing to show. Offense. Yeah, so my mana stolen per hit, 15%. This is massive. This means that you never go as long as you're hitting something. Mana after each kill, whatever. A life stolen per hit, 42%. Almost half my HP bar is getting healed with every hit. Insanely good for any kind of DOT, any kind of ground effects, on death effects, and especially with the skill because you're always blinking around, killing and hitting stuff. So you're permanently getting this basically. So like your replenish isn't that important. So even though I don't have much replenish, let's see, show me. Yeah, life replenish is pretty bad. honestly, right? But I don't care because I heal instant. And worst case, you just press your flask and have two of these flasks. 96% life uh uh regen happens instantly, so I'm getting basically, you know, 300 or 3000 whatever, 600 something like that life, whatever, something like that. And then same with this one, right? 90% again, you know, 2000 something life instantly, right? If I need to, I just press those, right? And it'll heal me for a bunch of life if I'm like really low or I notice that I'm taking a lot of damage for some reason. Um, and you have enough life pool to where you can kind of reactively do that, right? You're not gonna get one shot by too many things unless you're like really pushing your difficulty and you're doing some like really hard bosses or whatever, which I'm not. This character really isn't meant to do. You can do bossing, but it's not really ideal. Um, Rest of the tree is I'm just pathing up here again, more damage. I don't know how good this is. I don't actually know. It looks good. Like it did add a good amount of damage to my sheet. So I mean, whatever, it's fine. I'm not really. I don't know. The tree is kind of on top of everything, right? Like your build functions with the skills as they are. So right now it's just you know all your points of pyrotechnic, uh, pyrotechnician. 1 point here, bunch of points here, bunch of points here, right? And then you can press this every now and then for just a bunch of lifesteal, damage, speed, right? This gives you a nice damage buff. This is decent uptime. I mean, it's got a long cooldown, but you know, it lasts 25 seconds. It's nice. You can just press it, and of course, every time you enter a new zone, it gets refreshed, right? So don't forget, you can press it when you enter every zone, basically. Um, and usually you'll probably clear the zone before the 70 seconds cooldown's up. But yeah, single target is gonna be this skill, Mosh Pit Massacre, along with Headbanger. This one is mostly just for the arcane or the not arcane, phase break, armor break. And you can everything else is kind of whatever. This is literally just a utility. So you just throw points into like whatever you want, right? Like AoE and this because it just makes it feel better. This makes it so you throw like the spinning projectile. This one pretty important, right? You want to get as many of these summons. That's just more damage. As much attack speed, more damage. A little bit of crit, just because crit is always nice. And then this is gonna be the augment that you choose. It's just the best one for damage. Really, yeah. And then that's basically it for bossing. You literally just stand there with I guess I can show. Yeah, you just stand there, right, with your thing up, and like I said, as long as you're hitting stuff, you don't lose mana. If you walk away and stop hitting stuff, you mana drain. But then you come here and boom, my mana's back to full, right? And then you just throw these out, right, for your armor break, and they hit basically everything. They bounce around, so you're basically like perma armor break. Um, and you don't even have to hold down this skill. It's a toggle, basically, right? So I can press it, it's gone, right? Also, it does have a cooldown, so be careful if you like disengage it. But if you just swap, you can swap back insta, and then it's up pretty quick. Swap back, do your thing, right? So it's pretty nice. And then you press your skill, and you do more damage. Don't look at the DPS because it's not accurate, right? So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty nice skill. And this has inherent armor break and everything. So yeah, it's pretty nice. Basically, you can look here. Yeah, basically you're just going for damage, attack speed. Attack speed is super nice. AOE really nice. And then this one, is the one you want because then it lets you hit a lot of targets. It's just best for clear. This other stuff's whatever. No, it's just DOT kind of weird. Doesn't really do anything, right? Um, yeah, crit chance, crit damage. You can lean more into crit. I didn't because I feel like it's leans more glass cannony. You have to sacrifice a lot of defense for crit, and it's not really worth doing. Also, the tree I mean, you can just see where the crit nodes are. They're as far away as possible from all the actual good nodes for this build. So yeah, you can waste points coming out here, maybe come this way, but it's just kind of a lot of investment, and I feel like it's not that worth. Unless you're doing bossing. If you're doing bossing, maybe you care more. I don't know. And then of course, to finish out, I'm level 50 now. Um, level 50 now, so I was able to snag up these 3 points for capping out my res. Before that, I was cruising through hell with only like 60 some res, and I was honestly chilling. Um, so yeah, that's the other thing. I don't really care too much about the stats. I guess I didn't even know this was here actually. Can you see how many times I've, dude? I had to kill Damien so many times for the freaking. I don't know. I got so unlucky with the Soulforge page. I don't know what, but this is weird though, because I definitely killed Anubis more than once. Yeah, I don't know what that, but maybe this is hell. No, maybe did I really get the Soulforge page that fast? No way, I don't think so. It's cool though. Anyway, um, it's basically it for the stats. I mean, obviously you care mostly about strength, right? That's just more damage. Dex just comes naturally with some stuff you pick up, whatever. Vitality is really good, obviously. If you're building correctly, you'll have it, right? Like I get vitality from some of these things. Like here's vitality, magic fine, vitality, bunch of life, flat damage. This one I could probably replace. I don't need the fire res anymore, and I don't need the mana. Just so you know, like that halves my mana, right? And I still don't care about mana, right? Like you don't care about mana on this build because you have so much mana on the hit. It doesn't matter, and you're hitting so often because your attack speed. I mean, this thing hits an insane amount of times. Like you can see every summon in Beach Ball is doing damage, right? So it's all those are all hits, and then this is also your attack speed is so fast, and these I think these extra hits also count towards your like your mana and life gain. I'm pretty sure because yeah, I mean you don't really care like whether you have 1,000 mana or 500 or even 200, it doesn't matter. I just had this in here to cap fire res at one point, and I guess I don't need it anymore, so I'll find something to replace that with. Attack rating, fist damage. This charm was nuts. I dropped on the ground, just triple stats and all the stats I care about. Strength. Yeah, that's really the main thing. And of course, like I mentioned, I'm gonna be trying to strength stack. I think with this next. Once I get the thing is, I don't have enough points, right? And I don't know how good this is going to be. It's 100%, 150% of strength converted to weapon damage, right? So that means flat damage, right? So 150. If you have like 800, that's like 1,200 flat or something, right? Whatever, something like that. I actually have a point. I don't need this because I don't even have the res to. Like if I click this, I'm just gonna have extra max res, but not enough. So I think I'm gonna go this way, grab more damage reduction, or maybe I'm gonna go this way for AOE, more AOE, and damn, I'm probably gonna do that actually. But I'm not gonna do that now because one point would I take like I'd either have to take this and this, or I'd have to take these, which I will take. 100% I'll take this because this is insanely broken. This is damage mitigation, right? This is all damage. 9% damage mitigation plus flat damage reduction on top of my already existing damage reduction, right? Insane. Um, yeah, you grab this if you need more res and whatnot. Chance to evade is like whatever. It's like 18%. You can get it elsewhere too. I think you can get it here. Yeah, but obviously that's just a lot of points for like. Do you really care? No. As long as you don't get one shot in this build, you're almost unkillable. Um, obviously bosses are a different story. Uh, but even still, like again, as long as you're just pressing your flask and stuff, you can kill all bosses on Hell 5 and everything with this setup. So I'll probably pass this way just for the little bit more AoE damage, just for a better clear. Obviously, it's a little inefficient because you're grabbing this node that you don't need, but like, and eventually, yeah, but yeah, anyway, for the strength swap, the idea is obviously going this unarmed war god, and then of course you need to pick up strength. There's another one all the way over here. So you need a lot of points, right? Because you're still gonna want to make sure you're res capped, you've got life, right? So you need to kind of take this path, essentially, and then you need to come up for strength. Where's the strength here, right? You need to path up this way, grab this one. You need to come down here, grab this one. Ideally, you probably want to keep the AoE and all that kind of stuff. Just because it feels good, right? So the problem is you're basically trading your weapon for a bunch of points on the tree, right? And this is gonna probably do a lot more damage because the flat damage should be insane, right? But you lose all your attack speed, right? And all your skill levels, and your crushing blow, and your crit damage, and your open wound, and the 60 strength. 60 strength is fine because you make it up with all these nodes probably, right? This is, I mean, the 25, yeah, another 5, right? So you kind of make it up with the nodes, but it's not like free, right? Because you have to solve for other stuff, and you probably want to grab stuff like this, right? Attack speed, maybe here. This is such a weird. This pretty bad. Like this is just terrible. Not dual wielding. Like that's like there's no real good attack speed nodes basically. I don't know how to get rage. If I mean rage might be able to solve your problem. On here, grab this. Because doesn't rage give attack speed in this game? I don't actually know. But you might need to take attack speed clusters because that's gonna be a huge problem. You're losing a ton of attack speed, right? I don't know what the default attack speed is actually. I don't know if there's a default unarmed attack speed. There might be. So it might be okay. But still, like you're losing all your weapon stats, not just the flat damage. Like the flat damage is not an issue, right? Because you'll have a ton of flat damage. But obviously you need a lot of strength, and you're dropping this. You're not gonna have anything in this spot, right? So this 60 strength doesn't matter. All the other stats that it gives doesn't matter, right? The 80 flat is coming from the, so don't really care about that. Again, the flat isn't the problem. It's everything else. 30% increased attack rating. So you might need to get attack rating then. So there's a lot of problems to solve, right? And ideally, you want to keep a lot of this stuff. I don't know. I feel like my pathing's pretty efficient, but maybe there's. I haven't really looked. Like some of these nodes just seem like complete. You don't really care about any of them. And this is like it's really nice progression wise because you basically just go for. I went for life first because I was having issues with survivability and I want to solve that. Then I went for damage, right? And the path all the way. All this is damage because every point of strength is more is. It's not more damage, is it? I don't actually know because they don't use like the same like PV terminal. So I don't know if this increases attack damage by 1%. I don't know if that's multiplicative or additive. I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's additive. That'd be ridiculous. It's got to be additive, but yeah, you path here, and then I grab this just because it's only basically 2 points because you have to come this way anyway, right? You can either go this way or this way, but here you just grab these 2 points. This honestly feels kind of nice. It's just good for clear, right? It just gives you melee splash. Um, and you already do splash, right? You already do like the AoE, and so this just adds it onto it. So you basically just insta kill like any mob that's not tanky, right? When you're mapping, which makes it so that you can zoom around. Yeah. Then you come up here, and then I didn't clear out a life first. I actually went for more damage, because at this point I was chilling on defense and I wanted more damage. So I did that. Then I got Did I go for AoE first or life first? I don't remember. I think I went for life, maybe. Not sure. But yeah, basically you just want damage and life, and then like you can solve for res a little bit. And actually I think it's insanely good. Like this cluster right here plus max res once you get more res is gonna be really strong. So yeah, I think this is really solid just for generic power and defense as well. So yeah, for the second tree, I haven't touched it yet. A little expensive to respec, not crazy, but it's kind of annoying to waste money on that. So I'm just gonna use my second tree for strength stack. I haven't tried it yet. I'm assuming. I mean, I want enough points, so maybe like another 20 points or something. So you need to come at least. You need to be able to get this strength node, and ideally take the black hole here and somehow get up to this strength node. Now, it's not a terrible place to be because there is this AoE cluster here. So you could drop this cluster here. You would lose 10 strength. A little unfortunate. But, I mean, this is 6 points, right? 7, 8. And then here, obviously, you need points because you need to come black hole 1, 2, 3, 4, right? All these. You get a jewel socket, which is nice. You maybe, like, the pathing is just really awkward. You need a ton of points. I guess you would come up here, and then maybe you could snag this later. That's just nice, just attack damage, right? I don't know. Let's see, speed. I don't think there's any attack speed. Is move speed? This is not bad. It's not bad. But it's just like, do you really want to path? I guess you could path this way, right? Probably the most efficient. Then snag AoE. If you want. But this is also 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So it's really not any more efficient. Right? No. As opposed to just coming here. Right. I mean it is technically like two points more efficient, but you're getting armor instead of strength, so I don't know. It's a little weird. You definitely, if you have enough points to grab all of it, obviously you grab all of it. And then what I was saying pathing this way too is because this is probably makes you immortal if you grab these nodes. You get more max life here. So if you path like, I don't know, maybe you come this way, this way, this way, right? Then you come up through here. I don't think it's a way more points, I guess. So it might not be the best. I mean, here what you would do is you would probably path this, maybe grab these nodes later at some point, because you can always grab this node too. This node is pretty good because it converts 20% of increased move speed, and you do get a lot of move speed because, let's see, base stats. Does that move speed? Here, move speed 147% increased, but you have this as well, which gives you a multiplicative move speed steroid, right? So all of that is going to get, like 20% of that is going to get converted. So if you have the spare points, it's not bad. And then you stack this, right? So then, I don't know how the agitation move speed works. It's interesting. But it increases move speed, right? Again, when you take damage, right? Which you're probably going to take damage quite often, right? Just from random stuff. And then you get increased move speed along here. So, yeah, you definitely want to path with this in mind, potentially. This just seems broken. I don't really know how absorb works. I don't know. Does that mitigate damage, or does that just convert the damage, or give you healing from the damage? Either way, could be good. Um, yeah, you're gonna have a shield, so a lot of these shield nodes could be good, right? A lot of these shield nodes. Shield skills, whatever. I don't even know what a shield skill is in this game. Um, this is good, right? So yeah, could be. There's good nodes over here. There's good stuff over here. But this one could be okay because you're getting armor. It's just 3 points out of the way if you path through here, which I guess the most efficient path would be here, just all the way straight up here, right? Um, I just don't see how you can skip this cluster though, and it's for strength stack, right? So you kind of want that, right? You kind of want it. 'Cause it's just so much strength. Um, Now there is another 25 strength node here with a bunch of strength, but I don't know. Does this conversion like one way convert it, or does it also convert it? You know what I mean? So I don't know if you can take. There is also 5% strength here, but do you really want to waste points? Not sure. Again, the thing about this game, right, is that this tree is so cool because you just infinitely gain levels, right? So theoretically, you could grind out, freaking 1,000 levels and put all the points everywhere you want. Obviously, that's unrealistic, but 100 levels is no problem. Like it's 100% doable. And if I get 50 more points, man, I could do anything, basically anything. Um, yeah. So there's a lot of really cool stuff. This is just kind of the starting tree that I went with, and it seems to be doing well. There's some interesting other damage reduction stuff like this suppress, but the thing about suppress is that thing about suppress is it's really only this cluster, so you don't get much, and it's only elemental damage, right? Not physical, which is fine. You get a decent amount, right? And then you get increased suppress effectiveness, which I'm assuming is like the damage mitigation portion, not the actual. You get some. This doesn't matter. You don't even need to take that off. There is this node which I don't really understand the wording of. It says life steal, then it says life stolen suppressed. So does that mean it reduces the amount of life you steal? Or does it mean you gain suppression for 15% of your life steal? Because that would be ridiculous, I think. It sounds way too strong if that's how it works. But it's not clear because here it says uh chance to suppress incoming elemental damage. So why wouldn't this say 50% of life stolen suppressed or 15% of life stolen as I don't know, elemental suppressed, something I don't know. And then there's this cluster here, which is like way too far out of the way. So I think it's kind of a. Oh, I guess there is more down. So theoretically, if you get tons of points, good. You could max out your suppress and probably just become actually immortal. And only care about fizz damage. Interesting. I mean, this is the best cluster, right? To get the most out of it. But it's just like not that much, right? So it's like 18% chance. This is just effectiveness. So in order to get more chance, and from what I've seen, it's not really on gear. You'd have to get these other small nodes and stuff. And it's like, do you really care? Like all that when you could have just taken this 18% chance to evade, and that's just evasion, right? So you just take no damage, right? And it's also way better. Just get free. Uh, but res is easy to solve. Please don't take this. I think this is so bait. Unless this gives you like this there's no way this gives you like plus 50%. Like you don't gain like freaking 125 uh res, right? Like that doesn't make sense. I think this just sets your cap to 50, which is really bad. So unless you're like a turbo squishy build that has no res on gear and you're getting your damage reduction from like evade or something, then it's probably okay because then at least you have res and it's really not that many points, right? And I guess if you're on this side of the tree and you don't really have any better res, but like, I think it's kind of big. Also, don't pat this way. This is a super pat. I guess it's technically not any less efficient than this way though. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Actually, no. There's 4 points. Okay, it's the same. Wait, one. No, it's one. What the heck? 1 point worse. Right? Just path through here. It's the same. These are the same nodes. Wait, they do the exact same thing. I'm assuming they're gonna change that later. It's a little strange, but it's like you pad this way and this way. You don't need to get all of it. It's kind of but yeah. I think doing something like that. Anyway, for strats again, like I'm just running this. This is just Magic Find and this Angelic Chance, which happens pretty often, and they drop better. It's just an extra mod, right? So more rarity and stuff. Dungeon keys, Bifrost key, nice, and just Magic Find. Good. I think I'm sure other people are doing this too, but it's just like a nice just turn your brain off and kill stuff. And then this is a mining tree that I was doing. I haven't put points into it because I'm thinking about respecing it something else. Now that I don't really need to mine myself anymore, I can just buy the resources if I want. Let's see, do we sell any? Key sold. Money. All right. Kind of map. Map. I'm going to anyway. So, um, yeah. Overall, I'm pretty happy with your siege. Wait, on the wrong tree. Yeah. I didn't need to click save and negative, but Event Horizon. This one's really nice. If you want XP, just go here and farm the dungeon here. It's really good for XP. It is a little dangerous though, especially with this build because if you get stuck on a really tanky mob like these guys, they'll do this thing here, and if you get stacked on top, like this will kill you, right? So just be careful. But as long as you're killing stuff and you're absorbing damage, then you'll probably be fine. But the dungeon's pretty nice for. Again, just pick up any of the tanks. It's Giga Chill. Giga Chill. It's a slow and steady strategy because it's not you're not just gonna immediately print like a ton of money at once, right? But again, you get a steady supply of gold from all the items you're selling, and then on top of that, all the keys and orbs and all the other bubblegum kind of see right that you pick up is going to net you some pretty nice profit. And again, you can supplement that with yeah, mining or jewel crafting or whatever else. Because removing the content doesn't remove ore. So there's always ore deposits, even with the back to basics keystone or whatever it's called on the ether tree. It doesn't remove ore deposits from your maps. So you can still mine. Still mine and it's no problem. So many. The one thing this build does struggle with is single target. So to solve this, you can either like lower your difficulty so that you're killing them faster, right? Like this guy. But generally, it's not a problem. Like here, it's chill, right? It's then you maybe get stuck on something for a little bit, kill it, pick up whatever. Just keep an eye out. Be careful because, like I said, this guy. See, I'm stuck on him. He'll probably do some damage. If you saw these little plant things that they drop, like this thing does damage, right? So that's why I'm like, not. I'm still stacking defense. So like, if I got that one node on the tree, right, that gives you flat, like 200 some flat damage reduction, which is insane, by the way. It's like pretty. If you see your death recap stuff, most of the stuff that kills you is like it's just like thousands of damage, right? So if you're reducing it by like flat 100, it's like pretty substantial, I think. which is what Defender's Justice has, right? It has a flat 100% damage mitigation, right? Thought? Yeah, damage taken reduced by 100. So yeah, that's just a flat damage reduction, uh, which is pretty nice. And then of course you can press your I just pressed it now, E, and you do way more damage and you kill most everything pretty. So you can always press that when you run into a little bit of a mob as well. You have it up, but of course it only lasts 25 seconds, fortunately. So yeah, I mean you could get a little bit of like CDR or something, but the problem is you need so much CDR. As you can see, I'm ticking for poison. It doesn't do anything. I think I have not ever run into an issue with DOT in this game. I think there are some like the fire effects that some of the mobs do will like leave behind a fire on the ground, and that can be deadly. But if you have enough fire resist, it's not a doesn't matter. And if you have a little bit of life replenish, even if it's like a small amount, most of the teams like don't. And again, like you can skip tanky mobs. So what you do, because if you're just holding down, like what I'm doing right now is holding down mouse button, right? And you just blink for the. I don't even press my WASD a lot of the time. I do because you can still control your character a little bit, so you can kind of dictate like which direction you blink to, right? So here I'm like it'll auto blink as long as it's close. But if there's like multiple mobs sets, then you can kind of you know send it in the correct direction. So it's pretty nice. So you do have a little bit of control when you're moving. That did a lot of damage. Um, so you definitely still die, like especially in like Hell 5 and stuff, and probably in 100% Inferno, probably just all over there a lot of stuff. So that's why I haven't really. Also, you take forever to kill stuff. Like this skill is really good for clear, but as you can see, like this single target damage is really bad. So if like every mob you're fighting is like super tanky, like this bloater dude, like it's kind of annoying. It can be kind of annoying. Wait, and you don't want to skip a lot of those because a lot of those guys are the ones that are gonna give you right. But what you can do is you can just blink out, right? So I'm hitting this guy and like you can kind of just blink out and go to the next pack, right? You don't want to waste time killing something. Usually the divine guys are good to kill because they give magic find, right? They drop the soul magic find, and of course bloaters because they give XP. Uh, but like the shielding guys, I pretty much always skip shielding guys because they're just annoying and they take forever to kill. Uh, see, there's one. So that one was pretty fast to die, so I'll kill it. But like cleared this whole area, and I don't bother with the second level because it's not very good. I'll just reset. First level is much more efficient to clear. This zone is what I used to level to 100 really early on day one. Basically, I was just sitting in Nightmare, this zone in Nightmare, and just leveling to 100, right? Or the what is it? The yeah, this Sword of Horizon one. And you can honestly just rush there. I mean, I like just killing because there's a decent amount of mobs in this area, so it can be nice just to run around and kill stuff too. This guy died. Level 100. The hardcore. Yeah, he's doing pretty well too. Level 16. But but yeah, you know skip the shielding guys. But, like these guys, like usually what I'll do is I'll swap. If there's like I try to gather a bunch of the strong guys and then swap to single target with my key binding, and then or like these guys, the ancient mobs I think is what they're called. Whatever the skull guys with the skull. Then I would also do it because they just take too long. Sometimes you can kill them. Like this guy's dying pretty quick, so I'm not bothering. But that is the one downside of this build is that the single target's really lackluster on this skill specifically. So you have to use another single target skill, which I don't mind personally, but some people might find it really. And of course, you can always solve this with more damage. So obviously, if you get to like really good gear with strength stack, maybe you have enough damage on your attack hit on this pyrotechnician skill to just kill everything, and it doesn't even matter. I kind of brain dead cleared the whole zone. I should not. Normally, if you're being efficient, like this zone is just much higher density mobs, way better to focus on clearing this, right? these mods have like tons of modifiers and stuff. It's like a really strong zone to farm. So usually I try to be as efficient as possible whenever this is Satanic Zone because it's just so high value. And again, like I never read these mods. Like I could have died there if I didn't attack. But because those are like multi hits, right? As long as you don't get hit by like multiple of them in the same instance, like with them overlapping and like shotgunning you basically, then you'll be able to heal off all the damage. Also, theoretically, if your attack speed is high enough, then you should be fine regardless because your HP will take up faster than they do damage, right? So, and from what I can tell, like they don't get combined, right? Unless maybe they're from the same mob. I'm not sure. So, like these things, it's like I don't even know. They do damage. I don't know. I guess they do a little bit. Or was that those? I can't tell. But anyway, yeah, you can see like you just heal up pretty fast, and as long as you don't take big hits or something like that, you know, you block. You have a little bit of block. You have a little bit of um, you know, damage reduction, flat damage reduction, res, a lot of res. So most non-physical stuff doesn't do damage to you, right? Uh, Obviously, if you stand still, you're gonna take damage because you don't have a, what's it called? If you just stand still and don't attack, like, you know, like I will die, like, you know. But then I hit this guy and I'm hitting HP. Doesn't matter, right? It's basically like life steal, but it's not life steal because it's on hit, right? It's on hit. But the thing about on hit in this game is it's insanely broken because it's percentage based, right? For any yeah, this thing, right? Mana stolen per hit, but it's 14%, right? Or 4%, sorry. 18 on kill. Um, so it's a percentage of your mana. And when so it scales really well. And then also, where am I going? Also, usually I'll save my E for this room because this room has like a ton of mobs. Um, and usually a couple tanky ones too. But yeah. Um, in this instance, that's what I'll do. And you have enough mana replenish to kind of just spam, even when you're not hitting something. Like if you look, I mean, it's going down, right? It's going down, but it's not going down fast enough to where I'm gonna like run out of mana super fast. Like I have enough replenish, right? And then all you need is just to be able to cast one, right? And then you're back to full mana, right? Like pretty much instantly. So it's not a big deal. And like you can sit on these like bloater guys if you really want and just kill them like that. Like you don't need to swap. It's just kind of annoying because then you're just sitting there and you're like wasting time and like if you have buffs up and stuff, right? It's like whatever. It's kind of silly, but yeah, unfortunately the skill really you don't need to go out of your way to collect these like because they don't really sell for that much. They just add up over time and you might as well pick them up if you're not doing anything else because yeah, they don't drop frequently enough to be an annoyance. The uh the S tier mythics, I mean. So they're nice to just pick up and sell alongside the Satanics and whatnot. And by sell, I mean sell to the NPC, not on the market because nobody's buying them, right? Unless you get like an insane, like, I don't know, stats based on level plus skills, like pair of gloves or something that's like really good. Those are probably usable. But other than that, like, I would say gloves and maybe boots are probably the only slots that are like, okay, maybe. And boots are arguable too. And I don't know enough about the game. I know there's some insane like Inferno boot drops and stuff and like so those are probably like gig outclassed, but I mean the game's really fun. I've been enjoying it. I don't know how it's gonna be playing it again. Um it just depends because I do feel like the league mechanics or whatever you want to call whatever they're called in this game are not super impactful. So like they did add one this league, but honestly I barely engaged with it and I don't know how worthwhile it is. I mean there's still a lot for me to do, so I'll probably next league I'll just try a new class or something. Um because yeah, I feel pretty good about the bard. It turned out pretty nice. I think it's a cool class type as well. Like it's interesting, right? Because I mean, it's a bard in an ARPG, which is not that common, and usually bards are like just weird, right? They're like support characters or something. But I mean, this guy's like a rock and roll dude, just like an interesting take on it. And then on top of that, he's like pretty strong, and like your leveling is not bad. Like single target is always a little bit rough, I think, but if you're making sure like when you're leveling, it's pretty smooth. Like I really didn't have too many problems where I was like, okay, I'm stuck on this boss or anything. Like you basically have enough damage to campaign on Lightning Bard, and you could probably play Lightning Bard the whole time if you really wanted to. I don't really like it that much because until you get 100% uptime or at least close to 100% uptime on the progeny of the greats or whatever it's called, I think it's the skill name. What is it? This one? Yeah. Then it's it's kind of annoying because you have to like pay attention to the summon, to the cooldown and like resummon it and all this kind of thing. So I'm not the biggest fan, but it is decent. Like it's good enough. Like I was able to clear the campaign relatively easily with relative speed. Um, you know, so I didn't mind it too much. And also like yeah, if you just make sure because there was a time where I forgot to allocate some of my sub skill levels and stuff, and it definitely makes a difference. Because I went back and clicked them, and I just was doing like way more damage, and I just forgotten to allocate them or something during campaign. So I was like, just doing like much less damage than I could have been. But because I'm pretty sure it shotguns. I'm pretty sure it shotguns. So if you want to always make sure you're adding like oh, see, I died to this thing because I got hit by like a bunch of these, and this is fizz damage, right? So yeah, unknown beast, fatal experiment, special, like these things all hit me, right? And it's all fizz damage. Kind of annoying because you lose XP. It's not much, and like I don't die enough to really notice. And like I'll go back, kill this bloater and stuff, and like it'll probably like even out. It's just kind of annoying. So I try not to die as much as possible. But you know it happens, especially when you're just kind of like not paying much attention. Um. So yeah, just be aware of that. I'm just gonna press my E so I stuff. What did I die over here? So like yeah, those guys are particularly deadly. Those like these things because they do have that one fizz attack. Basically, never died to these bullets. Although I did get shot at the same time. So yeah, if you get hit by a bunch of stuff, you don't block. You don't. You know, I don't know. You just take too much damage at once, but basically, right? From like a strong mob that's like buffed by mods or something, like this thing. Like one of them isn't gonna kill you, but if you're getting hit by a bunch of them at once, and it just does too much damage, it outpaces your life gain, life on hit, and then you have a problem, right? Now, typically it's not an issue, but it can happen, and like I don't know. I mean, if I ever get like a plateau portal or something, then I can show you. Like I just face tank that, even in Hell 5 and stuff. You can just face tank the whole thing because you have enough life gain and you're hitting enough targets, right? Because it also matters how many targets you're hitting, right? Because then you get even more because every target you hit counts, I believe. So yeah, I don't know. It's like a little conditional in that way, your defense, to where if you're fighting like one or two mobs that are pretty strong, then you could die because you're not hitting enough stuff to actually heal properly. Um, but it's usually not a big deal. It's like I said, you have. That's why you want to make sure your res is good and your life pool is good, right? Because if they're not, then you're gonna get one shot way more often because you need that buffer for the res and the life pool provides to actually heal off damage and instead of just dying, right? So the life gain stuff doesn't quite work when that happens, right? And keep in mind, you need a lot of life gain for this. It just kind of happens that I have a lot on this build. Literally, I kind of just stumbled into to being able to do this, but I'm assuming I don't know how most builds handle defense, but I mean I have like well I did have some on charms like but yeah I get like 15% here, um probably a couple elsewhere. Yeah, here life stolen, more life stolen, more mana stolen. Um, Probably a couple more spots as well. And then yeah, the helmet. Now the problem is like once I get rid of this butcher hood, then I'm gonna lose a set bonus for 15%, which would hurt if the helmet that I was going for isn't 20% life on hit inherently. So that's gonna solve that problem. Shouldn't matter. Right, and I'm pretty sure it has yeah, it has all skill levels, so you don't really care as long as you get one that compensates. Yeah, skill levels are really good, obviously, but I will say this character, it's not like I feel like casters probably. At least I played like arcane caster paladin right in my testing and stuff to like learn the campaign and whatnot. Um, and you definitely notice skill levels more on that than on like this phase attacker, like 100%. Um, so yeah, it's not as important. You can kind of make up for it with flat damage and whatnot. There's some ratio that I saw some floating around somewhere where it's like this amount of this skill level on a Fizz character is like equivalent to like this much flat damage, right? But I don't know how accurate that is, and I forget the number. But basically, you can kind of account lack of skill levels if needed. So, you know, you don't and skill levels are a pretty big price increase for a lot of items. A lot of items will be way cheaper if they have like much lower like skill roll, you know. But as you can see, I prioritize like skill levels a lot as well because they are really strong. So like all my gear pieces have like max roll on skill. I mean, not this one. I could probably upgrade this one actually. I just haven't bothered because the res is really good roll. So yeah, and it's like I don't know. I just haven't bothered. It's not that important. Um, because it's just one more, and it's also his level, not all skills. So it only applies really to my pyrotechnic. What am I? So it applies to this because it's phase, but it doesn't like apply to all these secondary skills that aren't phase. These levels don't matter. Um, but yeah, like all this other stuff it doesn't apply to, so it's not insane. Right? But overall, pretty nice build. Oh yeah, skill point distribution just in case. I mean, this is a standard. Like this is a standard for the. There's not really anything else to adapt or change. Basically, you just dump all your points, obviously here and all the synergies. So yeah, Headbangers craving for another kill and crowd dive. Right? Actually, you don't put any points in, except for one, because this is way more efficient to put points into, and so is this because these are basically perma uptime, right? Because they're um on hit, right? So this is on hit. It's always up. It's pretty much it's like always up. This is also always up, right? I'm assuming this little thing in the corner is percentage, but you attack so often and hit so many things that these are basically always up, right? This is nice, just AOE, extra AOE, but like this one, it's just free attack speed, right? Free attack speed, free damage. Like this is multiplicative, like attack speed, so it's like really strong. And this skill functions really well with attack speed, right? And then this, of course, you just press it, you get more damage. So like, it's not super important to get that 10% attack damage per level. I mean, fire damage 18%, and you also are not scaling fire damage too. So that's the other thing. Like, you don't really care about the fire damage. So yeah, it's not really worth putting stuff into. But yeah, as you can see, um, this thing is doing 567,000 to 900,000 per hit, right? That's not accounting for all these other effects and things, right? I'm assuming. I don't know how. accurate that is. But anyway, this is like flat damage, right? I'm assuming. So yeah, pretty strong. You can probably sacrifice against some vitality for strength, if you want. On my bossing setup, I actually allocate 300 vitality, 100 strength, because I find that the health is better. And again, when you swap, even though you swap, you instant. It's like this, right? But when you're hitting stuff, you instant heal that HP. There's no dummy. So you can see like as soon as I swap, basically. Oh wait, that's not an example. But like yeah, so I press the button and heal, and I'm like instant, right? Like as long as you're hitting stuff because of all your life on it. So yeah, you do a lot of damage. Like this, it's a little bit hard to gauge on. Stupid. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to gauge, but like this looks like it does less damage, but it does more single target. It's a little weird. It's like if you look at this, well, the damage meter is really funky because sometimes it like, but yeah, this is not accurate. This is accounting for like all the instances of damage. It's a little hard to test the damage. I mean, it's nice that you have a trading dummy and stuff, but it's not exactly the most accurate. But yeah, as you can see, like just killing and farming stuff, like you can see we're at 89,000. And again, that's because I bought this to finish Justice. When my other one sells, I might have to drop the price, but when it sells, I'll kind of make up for a lot of that, right? Um, but yeah, I mean, you're selling like, see, like 8, 9, right? And I'm just gonna like sell all this stuff basically. Just gonna mouse over quickly just to see keeping. I don't think there is, but it's like this one. This one's probably worth, right? So you can always buy that. That's pretty good. I don't actually know. I've had a hard time selling those too. This is literally Jarvan Lance, by the way. Assuming that's a reference. But yeah, usually I sell everything but charms, and I can charms. I don't know why. Probably don't even sell charms too. There's +2 explosion. Like this is not good because the other sets are just also a low roll. Right? So yeah, I would just sell. But as you can see, yeah, already 101,000 up from 89,000, right? So you sell like, and that wasn't even like full. So if you just wait, and then of course you get stuff like this, and this might sell for a lot. I don't know. I don't know what the market is for rune word crossbow, right? Like I have no idea. But I could just throw it in. I could price check it and see. There's a. I would. The problem is like, you can do this price check. This isn't super accurate, but like you can check. Like these are all four socket, right? Here's a 3-1 for 5, right? But this is already with rune word socketed in, and it's kind of hard for me to tell what the other base affixes is. So this one has enhanced damage, and it doesn't really matter that. Mostly just the 5 all skills. Good. Max roll. Um, so this one's like 200,000. Like, I mean, it's got a key, so you could like build this one if you wanted, right? Um, I don't know the order though. Like, you have to put these in the right order, right? So, and I don't actually have, and I'm assuming it's expensive. So I don't know. It might be worth. Let me. I mean, I can just look at. Like, can you? The problem is searching like like searching on unique items or satanic items is kind of annoying. This is like 12. This is 2 socket different, but getting closer to an idea, right? Sell something like this one, right? 4 socket, again, a little bit different because the only reason why you use these bases are for like root skills. I mean, like, I don't know. And then of course you kind of have to sort by price too. So yeah, I don't actually know. Like this one's not even common, so you can't use it. So it's kind of this one is like 5 lightning skill, but it's 6. That's unusable. Right? Like I don't really use buying. Like this one is probably more accurate, like 5,000. Maybe you could probably just throw it on the market for something. I really don't know actually. I mean that one sold for like a lot, but this one's never gonna sell because it doesn't have sockets. I guess you could roll the sockets, right? Because you can re-roll your sockets. But like 20,000 for this, like that's telling me that mine's worth quite a lot more. But it's so hard to price check these, like, and the problem is someone has to go and search for them too, or to buy them. So it's like you could, it's not 4 sockets, right? Uh, These are plus, like, if you really wanted to, you could re-roll the sockets. It would be really annoying, and it would cost you a mallet, which is probably not even worth spending. And then you can socket in the rune words yourself and sell it like that. But I don't know if it's worth. I'm just gonna price it at like 1,000, and can't even do it because my gonna. See, this one's 20,000. It's like, does anybody care? Like, it's like nobody's buying this. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, this is way overpriced, probably. This one, this one. Does anybody buy these? I don't actually. Like this one, no one is buying this. Sentry skills, no. It's 20. Whatever. Somebody buys it. I don't really care. Like again, it's not that important. It's 10 strength or 11 strength. Sticking here for when I strength attack swap. Yeah, and then of course you got all these keys, right? You can sell these keys. You can sell any materials that you pick up, right? Uh, from various stuff, right? You can sell these dimensional shards, battle fragments. You know, you're not getting a ton of them because you're not doing like mechanics, but yeah, and of course this key rune. I don't know how expensive this is. Like these rare runes, you can sell them if you're not using them. You can sell these orbs if you're not using. Um, Obviously some are more expensive. Like this one is going to be really expensive, probably comparatively at least. This one might also be expensive. This one, this one. But some of these like utility ones, like this one might be good. Like, for like, uh, this one, like, does anyone care? I don't think so. No, it's probably not. You can price check these though. This is probably fairly accurate. What I mean, you just search it on here, but you want to get an idea. 5,000 maybe 4,500, something like that. This one's probably the most expensive one, 70,000. But that gives you good. Really, what you should do is you should search up. What's it called? Is it just called Dune? So actually, it's not quite 70,000. It's more like 59,000 probably is what I would sell it for. But of course, you can also save them and run them yourself. I don't really care. The problem is you kind of have to buy codexes, right? I don't think these are very self-sustainable. Literally dropped like two in Hell 5. Granted, they probably drop a lot more in Inferno. But are you really gonna? I mean, if you're not farming Inferno, then it doesn't matter. Probably better just to do the Satanic Zone and stuff, right? Right for all this kind of stuff. Um, that way you're not like wasting. Also, I don't know. I just prefer it because I don't want to have to do all the prep and all the random. Have to worry about, oh, what zone am I running? Like this way, you just like right, not a big deal. You just pick whichever zone is satanic, and you just run that, and it's chill. You don't have to run the same zone. You get a little variety. You know, you don't have to worry about, oh, I'm running these strats, so yeah, and you don't have to worry about like any like EVs on your strategies, so that you're sustaining your strategy but also making profit and all this like this literally has like zero cost strategy, right? Zero cost strategy. Um, and it's the best part of the game, which is just running around destroying monsters. Whatever character you use. It's quite fast. Okay, I don't pack with these. Very nice. And XP. Yeah. That's a problem with this zone. It's quite dangerous, especially for this character. Like a lot of other characters are probably fine, but because of the way this skill works, you get stuck on these guys, and yeah, it's no fun. So what you should do is you should always swap single target setup. You'll be a lot safer. You'll do a bunch more damage, and will kill them faster, and yeah, do more hits, so you recover more HP. I mean, it's kind of, but for the most part, it's not a big deal. You make up your XP anyway. You don't die frequently enough. As long as you're playing somewhat safe. Like usually, like I've farmed this zone even in Hell 5 for a while, and I die. You just have to pay attention. It's the only problem, which I'm not really doing right now. So that's also part of it. Like normally, if I saw there's a divine pack, I'll probably like of those mobs or like this shielding guy, right? Bro, since there's one of them, it doesn't matter. But if there's like a pack of them, then you gotta worry. Then you gotta kind of like, kill everything else, and then maybe swap to your single skill, or just keep moving and back, kind of space their attacks and stuff a bit more. It's not like steal though, but yeah, and obviously as you get more damage, it's gonna be less and less of a problem. So that's another thing you could argue is that you could just get more damage so that you kill stuff faster, so you don't. It's definitely true. Um, the problem is like you're always gonna run into a situation where you get like hit by something. Um, yeah, and with this skill, like you can get pretty big screen coverage. Obviously, it's a little bit hard to see here because these are like narrow passages stuff, and the mobs aren't on the entire screen. I'm not even gonna bother. So it's not a big. The key is just keep moving this character for the most part. Uh, yeah. Do we stand still for too long? Whatever. Definitely run. But it's still pretty low. I think if I keep stacking damage like mitigation stuff, then I'll probably be chill. Um, yeah, I think right now I am probably gonna go for more damage though. Instead, like I'll probably focus more on damage than mitigation, because like I said, I'm not dying enough to really feel terrible about it. Depending on the zone, the mods and stuff, it's usually pretty chill. But again, I don't even look at. I don't think they matter. I don't know if they probably do. Like more life is obviously annoying. The tankier stuff is the more annoying this build is, because you like yeah, you just don't do that much single target. So if you're running into big guys, oh yeah, see that is where you die. You just run into this overlap of like 600 damage. Is really only happens in like that zone, and then there's like this one as well with the slam guys. Those guys do a lot of damage. Yeah, a little. I should have reset. Yeah, a little bit. So now it's zone change. So go here. So Highland Mines actually is really good for mining. If you're ever doing mining, you just come here and you go to the dungeon. And honestly, the dungeon's great for XP too. This one. So this zone is like pretty safe. You can die if you're not careful. If you get, especially if you have like less recovery and like less res and stuff, you can get demolished by some of the on death effects. Um, in the dungeon especially, you gotta be a little about that. But overall, it's not bad. Like these, what are they? Fire Novas. Like these don't do it. But the ones like the ones where they shoot those little like orbs at you when they die, it's like. But for this build, it doesn't matter. Like again, as long as you're hitting stuff, like you're never gonna die to those because it's like slower. Like it's multi-hit. It's only if you get overlapped by like a ton of them, then you're gonna die. But like for the most part, it's just most of the on-death effects are like not a big deal anymore at this point. Um, yeah. Worst case, you can just grab that one charm that gets rid of them, whatever it's called. I'm pretty sure there's. Yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like this whole thing, like all these guys are just exploding and like random stuff. And if I stop attacking, then I'll probably take a lot of damage from it, and you can die if you're not healing. But because of the heal, and like here, I'll even grab like any of shielding guys are the worst. So there's really nothing you can do about those. Yeah, you can see my health bar like kind of go up and down a little with all the on death effects. But again, it's usually not that big of a deal as long as you're not doing damage to heal. Yeah, this one's also really satisfying because I feel like it's really easy just to kind of crazy through it, right? Like it's got the narrow passageways, so you can kind of easily just like run. You will have to life flask a little bit, like there. I just had to. So you get overlapped and you take like half your HP from like hold on death. You're not hitting anything. It's usually not that big of a deal. Also, this boss can sometimes spawn with like really strong mons. He died there instant. Yeah, just keep an eye on your HP bar. It's a little easier to do because the other zone, those guys do a lot of damage right out of nowhere. so that can be a little annoying because the overlaps are hard to see. You can kind of hear the audio cues, but I have my thing down. Bounce. Um, it's really annoying that stuff. Yeah, overall pretty smooth, pretty nice. Like you basically just kind of turn your and your XP bar goes up, gold goes up because you get gold from kills, you get gold from the items you're picking up and selling to the vendors. You get items from any random heroic drops, which you will get every now and then if you sell them. If they're good, sometimes they're not. Sometimes it's just like in 10,000 gold or something. It's like okay. Sometimes you get ones that are worth a couple hundred thousands, which is nice. But the main thing is yeah, it's just all these little things that you're basically picking up, getting from just stuff passively that add up to real money. So I haven't had an issue. I've been able to basically save up and buy up all the stuff that I needed so far. Again, you can also profit craft tools. I think it's super nice. I would recommend the best things to do for XP, like I said, running this one. If you're doing mining, you can just get your mining level up by just mining from whatever. If you need like iron and copper, then obviously you need to go to like Nightmare or something. But you come into the abandoned mine, just run it, and pick up all the ore veins because there's tons of ore veins. And you also get a ton of XP because there's a lot of mobs. High density. After a while, it's really only worth it to grab the stuff like this jade, right? The Erythium or whatever, the blue one. Where you see that the other ones are not. Once you get to like the highest levels you need for mining and jewel crafting. But that's kind of what I did. I try to get my mining level high as possible quickly, so that I can then get my jewel crafting high. Then yeah, you can always do that if you want, and you can craft your own at your own things, which is nice. You don't have to buy it, get it for much cheaper. And honestly, like a lot of the jewels are like they're cheap because you get the supplies very easily from materials. Yeah, I really like running this dungeon because it's very smooth. You can like speed this one easily if you. The only concern again is like the on death effects if you can't handle those, which it's possible to die to them, especially when your character is a much like lower gear level. Um, yeah, you can 100% die to death effect. Or this guy sometimes. Sometimes he spawns with like nasty stuff and it attack does a bunch of damage. Pretty rare though. I feel like this only happened to me like once. Yeah, and then you just go and mine like all this stuff, right? You care too much for all this, but like I don't know, whatever. You can if you want. Mining levels are never bad as well because they will continue to give you more and more per like I don't know, maybe 1,000 mining levels, something like that. So like once you hit 3,000, then you'll start getting more ore. Once you hit 4,000. But obviously mining can be a little bit annoying, but if you're running something like this, you'll get both XP and it's really nice for dual crafters. And keep in mind the ore market's a little scuffed. It's probably better just to craft jewels yourself rather than sell the ore being on it. Because so many people are just like mining random ores and like pricing them at like really low rates randomly so you can easily snipe like really cheap ore as a jewel crafter and like You can also just mine it yourself because if your jewel crafting is that high, then your mining is also probably pretty high. Maybe not. Maybe you just bought all your ore, but it's still pretty easy to pretty easy to get up. It's really not. It takes a little bit of time in this zone basically, but you just rush the dungeon and then you just speed through and run through the dungeon and grab all the ore deposits in the dungeon because the dungeon has a ton. And there's always ore deposits here as well, so sometimes they're overflowing or rich or whatever. Ore veins. You can always just go in, you grab, you kill all this stuff, right? You want to do that, you come over here, you grab, ore or whatever, that kind of stuff, right? Well, up here, the ore veins are always in the same spots, so you just do it, right? Like, matter that much. Be annoying if you're not used to the ore timing and stuff. Tricky too. Stuck on the shield guy. But yeah, this is basically the strat. I think it's nice because you're just killing stuff, picking up items. Very simple, straightforward. Very, very. Yeah, just make sure you have your loot sounds up. Drops. See, the on death effects almost killed me there. If I wasn't paying attention and didn't press my flask. Then yeah, probably. So that is one thing. Like, what you can do is you can also just periodically when you're going through these packs, just press your flask preemptively in case you take damage a couple times because it doesn't actually use your flask if you're full HP, or like it does, but it's like if you, yeah, I guess it does actually. I think it did, but when you're killing stuff, you regen the flash charges, right? So it's fine. Like as long as you're not like pressing the flash button like friendly, probably enough flash charges to just kind of like buffer the damage. That's really not too. Yeah, it's good to grab at least these stuff whenever you see them. Their stuff doesn't matter too much. But yeah, like you don't really. It's really not worth going back backtracking and killing other stuff too. You might as well just reset the zone and run it back, right? Like you can see, like even with a few deaths, like I'm almost to the next level already. Like you level pretty smooth. This kind of strategy to this setup. Because like even though like there'll be times where which it'll get better over time like as your gear improves and obviously with the tree because there's a lot of really strong like mitigation stuff on the tree, right? Like you could go with the suppress, you can get more flat damage reduction, percent damage reduction, all the armor, struggling with uh stuff, more res, all res, max res, kind of thing. Absorption potential. I'm still not really clear on how the mechanic works. Because again, I'm kind of just like trying to learn the game. I feel like that's part of the fun, right? Is like learning it rather than just like having someone like follow or just following a guide and like having someone tell you exactly like, what points to take on the tree. I mean, obviously, some people like, just want to do that and just have fun actually like farming the. To me, the whole point of ARPGs is like the kind of like the learning of it, the build craft. So that's what I tend to uh, try to do myself, right? I feel like you just kind of do the same strats as everyone, just follow what people tell you to do, then it's kind of so like here, like I'll press my flashlight a couple times, right? Because there's a bunch of undeath spikes flying everywhere, and like they don't really do that much damage individually, but if you get like a bunch of them overlapping you, then it hurt. Especially if you're not hitting something. It's kind of like yeah. I probably should. No real point in me grabbing the gold veins like I'm never crafting with materials. If I do, I can always buy them for super cheap. There's really no point in you mining gold or ruby or anything like that. Maybe ruby's okay. But yeah, the gold, no no real no real need. Yeah, so here we get the our Arc Demon Plateau. You can kind of see the boss damage is like not the best, but it's like enough. Like you just base tank everything. My HP bar won't really move in this whole fight, basically. Um, I don't think I've ever died on this. And actually, what I should have done, should have killed the hands, and so I can damage both of them at the same time. You can kind of kill like Damien and Satan, and then go. I would probably kill these guys. Just the blood surge thing that he does might do damage. I don't actually know. Never really had them hit me with too many beams before, so I'm not actually sure. Yeah, as you can see, like the damage, it's not anything spectacular, but it'll get the job. And like you're tanky enough to kind of just face tank the boss anyway. It just takes a little bit of time to kill them, more than anything. Like as you see, I'm not really dodging mechanics at all, and I'm not taking right because you do so many hits with this skill, and like they never do big hits, right? Like the biggest one is that one that just hit me, which was all the overlapping like skulls from the little explosion that he does on top of you, right? But even that's not enough to explode. Yeah, and from this you'll get a bunch of nice drops, right? So generally speaking, it's better to if you're into this situation where you're like inventory full when you sort, it doesn't matter. Then toss out some of the mythic items, right? So like this one, right? They're they're gonna be a little bit less valuable than these. You can always go back. You probably should sell more often. Like this, like do I really? I'll probably just run through for the XP. Can't pick up any items. I guess you get portal back, but that's kind of annoying. And at that point, you might as well just reset. So I'm just for XP probably. Okay, well as I drop items, I should portal back. But yeah, I guess I'm dropping a lot of stuff. So I really want to. I'll check these because well, not this one. Basically, like, if you drop an item that's you already have, you must check that percentage. You might as well just double check that it's not better than like 28% to 29, like not better. Lower rolls and everything. I mean, maybe I could have sold that, but it's not really worth my time to be honest. Because like some of this stuff, like even if you list it on the market, it'll take forever to sell, and then it's like selling for like small amount, and also the tax on top of it, the auction house tax that you have is just gonna eat into it anyway. So you're gonna end up making as much money to sell it for, right? Like if this Bloodletter's crown is gonna be, I don't know, say it vendors for like 1,500, right? And then but it's listed on the market for like, I don't know, 2,500. Well, the time it takes for you to sell it, the amount of tax as well that you have to pay both to to list it and then also when it gets sold, right? So you don't actually make your listed price, right? That's the other thing to keep in mind. To get offset. Um, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. Uh, but yeah, I mean it's definitely a slow and steady strat, right? But like as you see, we're already up to 140,000, right? We started what? At, I mean, I sold my stuff and I was at like 60,000, something like that. So now we're like double that, uh, over double that, right? And that's not even factoring into all the stuff that we picked up along the way. So again, sell stuff like Layton keys, Bifrost key, which it's worth right now. Checking because the price fluctuates. 26. So yeah, you could list this for 26,000. I would generally underprice stuff because there's a lot of listings and it's kind of a pain to sort through stuff. And stuff like this where there's no difference, like nobody's gonna scroll that, nobody's buying these 30,000 ones. People are just gonna buy these. Okay. So you kind of have to undercut. You do. So but yeah, I can't sell. Okay, that's a problem. I'm just gonna unlist like this. Nobody's gonna buy that. Nobody's been there forever. Uh, buying these have been there forever. Yeah, okay. Did I list the buy price? Or did it sell already? Did it just eat? Um. Anyway, yeah, you can sell stuff like this, like these. I don't know. Sorry, but they're a little bit. 1,000. So you can list that. This stuff is worth like, yeah, 80,000 a piece if you want, or you can use them. I'm saving them for myself. Same as stuff like dimension shards, right? Like I could sell all these for a lot, right? If I wanted to. Um, you get random stuff like this. That's the main, and also of course, don't forget to trade up your crystals so that you or the yeah the gemstones, right? Because uh pristine ones of like amethyst and amethyst is worth probably the most. Topaz is worth a good amount as well. Those are worth something, right? Of course, I sell stuff like this, right? It's gonna be it'll add up, add up. Yeah, I don't feel like doing all this right now. Let's see. Well, I don't organize my stuff either, so I'm just gonna toss all this into the stash. These jewels probably sell too. I don't know. I don't know how hard it is to sell these, but I've just been kind of tossing them in here. I just don't want to look at them. These are okay. I don't really know what you do with these. Like this. Is this any good? I don't know. I don't even know what. I don't know. They're probably better now that you can slot them into the tree, right? Stuff like this. I don't know. Keep it. Keep my bypass cube. There's Justice Soul. Let's go. Back in the money. Bypass key sold instantly. I should have priced it low. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool. So yeah, now we're back up, right? Basically paid for itself almost. But as you can see, like I listed it right for like 6 something, and I only got like 5,000 here something. So you gotta be wary of the tax because it does impact, right? It kind of helps with flipping because you can't really flip stuff. It's not really economical or not economical. It's econ economical is not. Yeah, you get the point. I'm kind of saving keys so that I can clear this wherever. But I still had to clear like one of them. I don't know. I could be selling a lot of these though, probably. I'm sure there are people who run dungeons and stuff. Uh, yeah, that would buy these. I don't actually know how much they're worth. Yeah, as you can see, not hard progress. Just takes time, right? So like, yeah, I might as well finish here. But yeah, it's been pretty cool. Basically, you just kind of put a video on, blast, kill stuff, pick up the items, sell them, repeat. Kind of a deal. So, yeah, pretty simple. I really like it. I think it's nice. You can just do this. I think the new trees are cool. All the options. They basically just copy PoE, and which is smart though, because PoE is amazing, fantastic. Speaking of which, I didn't catalog anything from Mirage, which I might still do. I might just show it now, like after my kind of progression. I basically played one character the whole league. Uh, Duelist started off. Ellie hit because it's just the freest start, and it like it's so insanely good for leveling. Like you don't even need a weapon, and like you literally just pick up a claw with attack speed. Like and like yeah, that's literally it. Like you don't care about anything. That's so strong. You just get free damage from the skill, and like I cruise with that all the way through like um void stones. All 4 of them I did with Ellie hit. Basically, I just farmed up my Baldo character on Ellie hit, and then I swapped as soon as I could. Essentially, was the setup. I can show it on PewDiePie Ninja. Maybe it's still on there. I'm not sure. And then I swapped to a Glad, you know, classic um, Ephemeral Edge, Lucky Block, Gladiator, right? With yeah, stacking energy shield, and basically unkillable in most normal content. Still can die to like a really unlucky combo of mods and ghost mods, and that kind of stuff. And if you get hit by like a synthate slam or something at the wrong time, and you don't block it, and you don't have your guard skill up or something, like you don't have your guard skill up cooldown to press, which is pretty hard to do. I mean, you just save your guard skills for the slams. Anyway, um, yeah, that's basically all I did. I basically just farmed T17s, boss rush, or nightmare maps, I guess they're called now, and then yeah, Valdo maps for currency, and like built out my character that way. Before on my Ellie hit character, I was just basically farming a bunch of basically whatever the heck. random stuff like conquer maps. What else? Yeah, I was doing map farming originally a little bit. That went well, and then at a certain point of tanked, the map started getting cheap. What else? I don't remember exactly what I did early on. I'm trying to think because I did. I don't know. I'll show it off maybe. Yellow key. I didn't even see that. It's a nice drop. Yeah, as you can see, you'll get stuff like that. It's probably worth a good amount. Not a ton. I don't actually have to level though, so I'll probably stop there. Okay, yeah. So you get drops like that every now and then, right? Yellow keys, Bifrost keys, Chaos keys, all these other keys, right? Over time, like, I built up, you just farm for a couple hours, you're at like 60 Chaos keys, you sell all those. You're at like 5 Bifrost keys, you sell all those. You're at all this, you're selling all this stuff all the time. Um, they're the same goal as mine. Like, more decks against defenses. They're just taking rid of. It's just mine, but better. Yeah, it's just mine, but better. Um, you have to pay for it. So yeah, you just do that basically. It's good. So kind of chilling there. So mine. All right. Yeah. Sometimes I check like items that I've never seen before just to get an idea what they're worth. Item cannot be sold, but you can't sell these, or you can't sell them. You can sell them in the market. Okay, so these aren't bad. Like you sell like 4,000 a piece. You sell 10 of them, 40,000 gold, something, right? For example. Um, yeah, I haven't actually sold many of those. Probably sell a lot of these orbs if I'm not going to use them. But I kind of want to save them just to try out other stuff maybe later. I don't really need to. Also, I'm making plenty without doing that. So, um, yeah, that's about it. I guess I don't have to do it later. Let me see if I can pull up my ninja. Let's see. I'll just quickly go over like my what the oh ads, bro. On. Ooh, whatever. Yeah. So this is my character. I played a decent. I played like the first 3 weeks, basically. I think maybe something like that. I kind of took the second week, or no, the first. I started the league. I played through the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I was gone most of that first week. So I did a little bit here and there, mostly crafting and stuff. Oh, that's the other thing I did to make money was crafting a lot of jewels. A lot of jewels. Mostly like abyss jewels and like yeah, regular jewels too. Yeah, did a lot of that. Crafted some stuff. Mostly just a mix of like crafting and anyway. Um, yeah. So this is the character, right? Pretty. I mean, I didn't really do anything because it's like pretty bog standard. I just kind of tried my hand at this setup. I didn't do anything interesting. Like people have already done this setup before, right? Like, yeah, it's a glad character, right? You're running the lucky block. Uh, you're running the block chance, war of attrition, and then of course +1 ring slot because you're running shrine belt with res shrine, easy max res with gold, really strong. Free res basically. You get triple rings. You get to run anathemas for first limit. You're running 4 power charges. You get 4 curses, which I'm using on Bane setup, Ellie weakness, conductivity punishment, and your mark as well, which is going to be Sniper's Mark because it's, of course, a Molten Strike character. Nothing special there. Um, yeah, Molten Strike damage is up to, yeah, 300k per hit, basically, right? So, like, yeah, it's a good amount of, I mean, it's enough to kill Quad Ghosted, Beard, no problem, right? I mean, it takes a little bit of time, but you just basically face tank them, right? And then, Nimbus, right? Turn Proj, pretty basic stuff. EE, pretty nicely rolled one. Um, but it's not Val whatever exceptional Val, what is it called, the volatile Valor. So it's nothing insane. Although yeah, you could pick one up. It's pretty good. Basically like typical setup. We Salam, we got Discipline, Tempest Shield, Arctic Armor, Soul Ascension, gloves for the souls, right? Soul Eater. Um, pretty good as like a really cheap high DPS option when you're perma hitting rare and unique enemies, which you're pretty much always do. I did a little bit of funky stuff with the cluster jewels. I opted for a Megalo because I found this one, which is like pretty good. Basically, all three uh, notables are really strong. Blood Scent being the main one, Veteran Defender also being nice. Hound's Mark is also good. I don't even know if I have that allocated. I don't think I do. Or maybe I do. Yeah, I don't have it allocated. But I mean, it's a pretty good chunk of damage if you get an extra point, which I could easily grind more levels. I just kind of didn't want to. Um, yeah, really good league. I mean, obviously, yeah, Falborn, unnatural, or I do have a natural instinct, not Falborn, though, because that's like a mirror. Yeah, Energy Shield and Natural Instinct combo in the middle, classic. Watcher's Eye is just discipline, energy Shield on hit. So you're basically like immune to, yeah, you basically like cover through everything. Um, Max roll and Energy Shield. It's just jewels to fix up stuff. This one gives us lucky lightning damage and a little bit of spell block from our tattoos here. They're tattooed out. It doesn't show it, but there's 1, 4 nodes here, and then we get power charge. Strength is really annoying to solve for, so you do need to spend points on strength and accuracy as well. Um, because this is not RT, but your precise technique, which just doesn't matter because you're CI, right? So, but you do need accuracy to actually hit stuff. Or block cap through a combination of stuff like prodigious defense on, I want to say, just the one cluster. Then, of course, our shields, our gladiator node. Yeah, we're at basically 93 block chance, right? Insane, super tanky. 49 spell suppress. You could be higher, wanted to. I'm running mage bane, but you know you could. That's the other problem with accuracy, right? Is you run mage bane, so you don't get accuracy from decks. Um, so you do need to kind of invest in accuracy a little bit. Yeah. Natural affinity, of course. These two clusters, classic. Speed Fury, Field of Fight, Martial Prowess, nothing special. Yeah, I'm running Brine King. I don't need Brine King. I don't know why. I just never bothered to swap off because I have Arctic armor. So yeah, dude, I'm already freezing like that. Whatever. Where is it? Yeah, here. So as long as you're staying still, you're freezing me. Sure, a lot of the time. Oh yeah, Grey Wolf amulet, cheaper version of some other options, gives you nice base damage reduction and global defense for scaling your energy shield, right? Links, damage on full life is just OP because you're CI, so you're always on full life. Multi strike, this should be awakened multi strike. I could easily buy one. I don't know. I guess I didn't. Volatility, awaken or greater ancestral call is insanely good. Makes the build feel 10x better. Your clear actually exists. Before this, you don't really have clear. This also does give you nice damage because all the overlapping projectiles and whatnot. Because you're just spamming a ton of projectiles. As long as there's a bunch of mobs, it's insane. Lightning Pen, obviously, greater multi nothing special. Yeah, ES on hit or on block. I mean, insane with 93 block chance. 14k energy shield. You can push that higher probably. Whatever. I didn't min max crazy. The strength is mostly for the gems and stuff. Yeah, that's kind of the main problem. Is you're using strength gems, but you're trying to balance the strength index. The dex kind of just comes normally. You could alternatively go like a Spiro with like tattooing out all your in nodes for ES tattoos and then suppress on the dex nodes and all that. It's just way more expensive, but it's doable. You could also just get more levels and grab these two suppressed nodes or fill in these here for more energy shield and suppress, right? If you wanted to, and a little bit more accuracy project damage if you really wanted to. Probably squeeze out at least another 2 points there. If you leveled up a little bit, right? Problem. And then, yeah, unfortunately, it's not letting me go back. Maybe I need to do this not logged in. Let's see. Dewey, Ninja, Bills, Mirage. I'm not even on it because I haven't logged in so long. Uh, Whatever. Okay. Well, I can't really show my elemental hit setup, but I mean you know what it is. It's elemental. It's nothing special. You go. I had a massive shrine belt with I think it was shocking shrine as well for the increased effect. So you're like Giga AOE, Giga Life, um, yeah, double claws with wed, attack speed, crit damage. Crafted, they're pretty easy to craft. You just like alt spam basically, and then craft on And then slam and whatever. Yeah. Pretty good. I made money crafting those two. They're really easy to craft. People apparently didn't want to craft them. Zads are really annoying. I don't know why I don't use ad block. I don't know. I just don't. But I should swap ranking for something else. I don't know. I mean, I do have stun threshold and obviously freeze immune from Arctic armor. As long as you get that buff going. Yeah. I mean, so I should have swapped it. I just didn't bother. Whatever. I didn't need it. It's fine. Um, yeah, I've definitely could improve the Fizz max hit though. I mean, this isn't really super accurate. It's just the Pewee Ninja one. It doesn't really show a lot of the stuff that you would normally pretty much have up all the time, right? And of course, you have Immortal Call for the actual, you know, telegraphed attacks, all the slams and whatnot. Val Smite too for even more damage. You just click that every now and then, you just get a big damage buff. Yeah, nothing super interesting or different. This is pretty standard. I'm sure there's like 20 other characters in the league that have the same setup. But it's really nice, really brain off T17 boss rusher because you just tank everything, you take no damage and kill them pretty quickly. Good for farming feared, um, both in and out of Baldo maps. But the maps I ran this league were in the stand, same as last time. This time is even more profitable though because the belt was pretty good and you can get like 3 div margins on the map pretty easily. Light of Meaning is always a classic go to. What else? Can I think of other ones? I don't know. Whatever other maps. Basically, you run anything that's not. I mean, if you gear this character out, you could push it to do Void. I think no problem. Like you could. You just need to get your Fizz max way higher. You need to get your. I mean, granted, it's pretty high. It's much higher than this actual value that it's, but you need to get your spell suppress capped 100%. You need to get. There's a couple of other stuff, right? You need more levels. You need a more stuff, but you could make this character void viable. I just didn't. I just not a fan of running void maps. I just don't want the stress of that. As long as you're running like you can't run no block, obviously, and can't run stuff that requires big clear, like Legion clear stuff. And Abyss, I just avoid Abyss because it's giga buggy. But Legion is a no go because you're not gonna be able to clear it properly. Maybe I don't know. I don't think you can. I don't think you. I think it depends. Maybe you can with ancestral clear. I don't know. What else? I mean, obviously the this character doesn't work with 100% like item or damage reduction like or yeah like per item damage mod because you're running triple ring, so it's a little it's really not viable to do because then you'd have to remove like essentially like two pieces of gear instead of just the one, which is a lot of damage loss. So yeah, you can't really do that. Can't I mean you can do reflect maps if you just get some reflect damage. The problem is it's not free because you don't have mage blood, right? I mean, I had a mage blood, I just didn't use it because I just didn't want to change my character for it, and this felt pretty fine. It did everything I wanted to without the mage blood, but you would need to actually drop the mage blood in a Valdos map. It was kind of crazy. Um, that wasn't a mage blood map. Like it wasn't a mage blood Valdo. It was just a some other Valdo, and I just dropped it like from a random mob or whatever. think it was from a bot, from a unique bot, but still. Um, yeah, so you don't get free like curse immune or like reflect damage reduction or stuff like that, right? So you need to gear it out, but you could do the reflect maps if you just respect, you maybe run Yugo instead or something, whatever. Those are doable. The increasingly lethal ones are a little rough. Like the 5 minute timer maps are basically undoable because you're too slow. You're just too slow. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, I know there was the whole like Blade Vortex like minion pack setup, which is probably like turbo broken, insane, like ridiculous damage. But I didn't want it. That's just boring. I don't know. I didn't want it. And I already had this character going before that was found as like an actual thing. So yeah, there's that. Anyway, that was my league. It was not. It was really fun. I mean, Mirage was a good league. I just and I also probably had like the best start I've ever had. Really fast campaign, like 5 hours or something, which is for me is pretty fast. Like literally like 5 hours. I'm pretty sure like pretty close to 5 hours on the dot. It was like maybe 5 hours, 3 minutes, something like that. I have a screenshot somewhere, which is pretty fast. Yeah, I mean, Elemental Hit's just disgusting for campaign. I'm not going like it's actually insanely. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's about it. And else wanted to get like document, I guess. Just kind of wanted to lay out my Hero Siege character so far. And yeah, progress is smooth. I put in where do I want my point? I'm gonna go AoE. Is it really worth it? I don't know. It's either damage reduction or I'll decide that later. So it's either here or here. And then once I can afford the I mean yeah, strength stack is really about hitting the right. Here's the thing though, like I don't know if it's more beneficial to stack like strength like duels or the phase ones with strength stack. Probably the strength stack ones. Probably like either elemental or the moonstone ones. Or probably probably moonstone for the attack speed. I'm guessing because you're gonna need the attack speed. So yeah, I would need to fix. I guess I could throw moonstones here, moonstones here. That's a decent amount of strength and attack speed and some dex to compensate for uh attack rating. It's gonna be really awkward to figure that out. I think there's just too many. Like I think if you can get enough points to solve for all your problems, it'll be insanely strong. Because this 150% of strength converted to weapon damage is kind of nuts. 'Cause, I mean, I'm not even taking all the strength nodes, and I have 600, almost 650 strength, right? And I'm not even clicking like this whole wheel here, the whole wheel on the other side. Like I'm not even using strength tools. You know, I'm not even. I don't have the helmet that gives a bunch of strength, right? Like you could even opt for a different chest piece in strength stack scenario, but I probably wouldn't just because this gives so many good stats and it still gives 50 strength. Probably swap the jewel too. or this ring, sorry, and put something into my Soul Forge, and this one like socket something. I just don't have anything for what I would put. Probably a really good mythic jewel or rare jewel that has like some ridiculous strength or something. Nothing was. I mean, you could get some strength. Maybe not. I don't know. You could solve for something with that, or just throw in another means. Whatever. There's probably some good stuff, or even just elemental, right? For the all attributes, 10 strength, not bad. 10 strength, 10 dex, might actually be good. Yeah, I don't know. Also, I would need to probably get more res. So this helmet gives okay, all it gives all as well. The res is solved then, so I could drop the Trumall jewels. I don't think it's worth running them just for like 4% damage reduction, especially once you pick up these. You won't need them anymore at all. I don't even need them now, but yeah, I don't know. There might be a better. There's almost certainly a better belt, and probably the what is it called? This ring, I think. Yeah, this ring is pretty nuts. If you get might need to run this one. Attack speed, crushing blow, strength, and levels. It'll solve for your loss of levels on the. I mean, you don't really lose levels on that. So you're getting 4 levels at least. But you can get like a max roll on the strength and maybe like +2 +2, something like this. And maybe well better attack speed probably. You're looking at like 100,000 for a good one. This one is okay. Fine. It's like max roll strength +2 +3. Pretty good actually. Um by that better one. Three. Good. Now you're getting rid. Ooh, vitality. It's not. You can roll that yourself, right? You need. This one's not bad actually. Max attack speed roll, you're missing 1 strength point. I don't think that matters much. Mid roll on the fizz damage. Mid roll, pretty low roll on the crushing blows. But max attack speed, max. Isn't that just better? This one also has like probably better. -1 strength for way better attack speed. Yeah, you'd probably run this though. Might just grab that while it's available, and then yeah, because wait, oh, this one has a socket. But it's kind of cheek strength, like min strength. Tinker. Can you do that? Just add the socket. So I don't actually know. I actually don't. Just worse, and they're like 5% better. I think attack speed's really gonna be annoying for, so I think this is probably that. I'm assuming you can tinker it yourself, like a socket and start and whatever. We're just gonna buy. Just to have it. This is good. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's okay. It's not bad. I mean, the crushing blows is a little rough, but it's not. That's not that important. Strength is important, and attack speed is important, and levels are. Now you lose a lot of life, but at the same time, you lose a lot of life. It's not as bad as I thought. It's like 1K, not even. No, like 500, and then 10% life on minus 10% life on hit, which is a little rough, but probably okay. I'm not gonna do it now, obviously. But I think you need this though, just to solve for some of the issues that come with losing your weapon, right? That's the main thing. What else? Let's see. There roll sockets. How do you add this socket? Like, I don't actually know. Let's see, sock. Destroy, roll, empty. But this is common white item. Huh. Wonder how you do that. There must be some weird item that does that for you. Or maybe you have to corrupt it or something. I don't know. Anyway, I can still star level my gear, and I can still get levels on my relics, and I can still, yeah, upgrade some of my stuff. I don't know what I would do for belt. See if there's any good strength. Don't know if there. Um, no, I don't think so. I mean, there is. Okay, well, this one's pretty good, but you lose. You lose. That's really good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is probably what you'd get a high roll as you can on the all attributes. That's pretty good. I mean, as long as you have some open wounds thing, right? Isn't that how you trigger? That's probably the best spell. but of course it's quite expensive. I don't know how if I lose the weapon, how do I get open win to actually do right now? I'm applying bleeding, but how get it without? I don't know. Might be some arm or something, maybe. And then gloves and boots are a little awkward. Boots is like problem is like you lose so much like attack speed. I don't know. There's got to be a good one. Oh yeah, these are good. These are really those are for sure better. But you do lose attack speed. What do they call it? They're very expensive either. They have sockets. Dude, shoot, it's pretty nice. Huh? Honestly, the only stat you care about is levels. I think. I mean, attack damage increase is nice, but like, there are 3-5. There is. There's sockets are kind of big. I wonder if there's a rune or something that gives like a chance for crushing blow. It's kind of nice. I don't know if it's like all that valuable. So that's a good one. I mean, it's like low rolls on like it's not the end of the world. This one's better, I guess. 5. Why is it? Oh, does it have black fizz on it or it does? Good. I think the bleed damage is probably more important though. Actually, it's probably the third most important. Like, whoa, this one's 3 socketed? How do you get that? How do you get the team? That's kind of nutty. Not sure what these. Oh, crit chance. And phase damage reduction. Ooh. You can get one with like same. Now it's gonna damage. That one's insane. One rolls. Oh, this one's good. A lot of money though. Good rolls. Pretty good rolls. Is it worth spending that much more compared to like this, which is like 100,000? I think you just want one that has maxed out skills and high damage to. All these other ones are like in roll. Ain't that much. 100,000, like a little bit. I just wonder how you get this tinker. Pretty broken. I mean, levels are probably not that important, but probably drop levels. Favor like a big, like this one. Cool. Just don't know how I'm applying the bleed out my way. Get a pretty cheap bear though, honestly. +3, +4, maybe. 3 +5 for not that much. That was okay actually. I mean, the rolls are like whatever, but like with that price, it's like fair. I don't know. Maybe I'm putting too much weight on the skill. Maybe something like this is just better. Big bleed damage, higher fizz damage, higher attack. That should be better. It's like you can't. I don't know. I feel like it's like, and when it's such a low roll range, it's like you might as well go a good. You know, like twice as much basically for like an actually good, like literally more than double. Literally basically the same, if not. I mean, the low move speed, but like there's basically the same as these, just without +5 and skills. These two. Are these even better? Are these even better? Wait a second. Not. I don't know. I don't know what to value more. My problem with this item, not so familiar with a lot of these. This one has like less bleeding, there's bleeding monsters, but more attack damage, and then this one has. And there's this one. Wait a second. It has a lower flat. Max damage to bleeding monster. Like, why is there no good filter? Like, can't even sort this. Can you like this one has higher move speed, less flat. Flat phase is pretty abysmal. Like, do you care? Like, you don't need flat phase, right? Like, crazy. I feel like this is like actually insane. I think this is actually dumb damage. No. Same price. It's gonna stop it. Just buy it. Only problem is I lose attack speed. A little bit of move speed too, which is kind of. But I'm also gaining all skills, which is kind of nuts. 18% attack speed is pretty good, but it's obviously like this is just way more damage. Like no way, like no way this isn't just like stupid, right? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell. We're getting attacked by. Is it really that much of a big? Definitely a damage buff. Not insane. Obviously, the biggest thing though is it has sockets. Let's try this. I mean, I don't know. A lot of levels. Hold on to these. What about uh gloves? What gloves? I do gloves. What gloves? Might be Problem is, losing these is what? Enhanced damage. Okay, whatever. Defense ignore. Pretty big. All res. So I need something that's going to do all three of those. Okay. I really just care about defense ignore. All res. Even more important to get a bleed though. I don't know how to get bleed from my weapon. I don't really care about crit. How do you? I think these are just straight up upgrade. I don't see how. The only thing you lose out on is enhance. I don't know. Any more damage. How the heck do you get sockets on this stuff? Neither of these give me stats for it, but I don't think there's really a better option. The problem is defense ignore. It's all four if I don't use these. I guess I could have used these too. How expensive? Let's see. Oh, what the heck? These are turbo cheap. Unless. Okay, well, I can always buy these. These are Giga Turbo insane cheap. These might actually be better, but something like these, like, I could just buy these too. Just to test. Attack speed. Problem is they don't give res, right? Not bad. just better though. Better than those. Okay. I just don't know how you get bleed. Open wound chance. Does this give open wound chance? Let's see. I think there's a way you can search. Okay. Is there any item? I think they're all weapons. Oh, there's some garbage. What about the tree? Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one. Maybe there's some random thing. Get like a random roll stat on something. Or a root or a relic. Oh, there is one. Razor wire. Okay, so you could get bleeding like that. I mean, alternatively, do any of these? I don't know. I think these are all burning damage. I don't. I mean, I know you can probably bleed with this. That's really awkward. I guess for single targets, right? Like, it works on single target. It just wouldn't really work on. That's a huge damage. Like, cause I'm bleeding now. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll have to see if the strength stack is. Is there a world where strength stack is good? I mean, I test. Let's see. How many points do I have? Is this really enough to get me? Let's see. What's the fastest way? This is the fastest. That's terrible though. Give that. I'm gonna start here, obviously. Uh, Try to get a play like that. That's already so many points. Like you 5 to. You need this. Now you're basically like, what do you do here? Like, then you're like, you're done. Like you're just done. At this point, I mean, you need. The heck is that? Random 3 point. Um, so you go here. Yes. Okay. 3 points. Or more life. Should probably end up getting at some point. But like, is this even enough? Like, there's no way that's enough strength to actually make it work. I think you need enough points to get all of this, plus come all the way over here, grab this, and probably grab these life nodes, and maybe more AoE, like here, maybe. I skip this one. It's probably the best AoE section. It's the same node, it's just less points to get. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe you don't need these life points because this you have so much strength. This is so many points, man. Doesn't even give you any strength. Oh, awkward. It's really nothing. I don't think you can do it. I don't think. I think I need way more points. I need way more points, and definitely more strength too. Obviously, my ring will give strength. I can socket strength jewels everywhere, but I'm losing so much. A weapon, dude. See these gloves at a play. Just goes full strength. But where do you get your ignore? Is there spell ignore? Oh, okay. You could. Okay, okay. Yeah, you probably have to grab this too. Then that's more points, bro. Attack rating and ignore. That's you would need that probably to make up for the weapon loss. And you still don't even have a source of bleeding. So maybe you just I have yeah, I mean you slam Moonstone jewels literally everywhere. Or gem, whatever. Some gems. I mean, yeah, I think it's probably better. I mean, you get a lot because you need the attack speed, right? You need the attack speed. 100% you need the attack speed. So I don't think the attack speed's worth trading. Free strength. Now maybe could do. I don't know. I don't think it's really worth playing out until get the helmet. Maybe. That was my life, dude. Maybe these gloves are worth two, huh? Pick these up or something, just cause. The level 4 ones got snagged, bro. Oh no, they're here. So, 2, 4. This would help with the attack speed, obviously, and the strength. So you just need to give you a lot of strength. I think you need. I think it was worth buying the other gloves for now, but might be the play. Is there a max roll plus 4? Probably not for any reasonable price. Oh, shoot. Yeah, there it is. $1 million. Holy. It's good though. Good. I could just pick up -3 string. A little bit low enhanced damage, but I mean the price speaks for itself. These right now, we can always resell them. Probably, maybe. The ring and the gloves. Sitting in there. Gonna keep this on though, just for the extra life. Cause that extra life has definitely saved me a number of occasions. And then the belt too. Help. It's a lot. So the belt and the helmet are obviously the two like giga expensive pieces. And of course you can easily min-maxing charms is a whole ordeal. And then I might need to get that one relic instead of what though? Feels terrible to drop any of these. Might have to be this though, because the defense ignore is really maybe too tough to cap. I mean, I'm way over now, but that's because of these gloves. It takes these gloves off, and the helmet too. Gloves are way overcapping me. Okay, well. Send it. You're getting way more damage now, but I just don't know if it's even worth strength stacking, honestly. Like, maybe the top end's better if you really min-max it. It probably is. It's gotta be. You just get so much flat damage. It's just kind of annoying that you have to solve for all that randoms, right? But damage is way higher. I'm not sure. It'll be figure out. Yeah. Weird specifics of the situation. I think it's really just solving for all the stuff you attack speed, attack rating. Um, yeah, which, and then of course the it's called the wounds situation, which obviously doesn't matter as much if you. I mean, it doesn't on single target you always have bleeding, but like won't be there on clear, which I mean I guess I didn't really have before. So I'm just gonna refresh in like minutes or less. Don't think I'm gonna get like upgrades. Oh. So, no, they shouldn't. Okay. Let's see. Runs in. Maybe get a. Maybe get an upgrade. Annoying. I wonder if there's a way to get around the shielding thing. They're by far the most. Haven't done that day. Squeeze it. Really one skull axe? That's early. One. Bro. All res, all attribute. That's kind of good. I don't think it's better have the moon. But I don't have to upgrade it. I'm already struggling to do. Most bug out. Now we're good. The damage is pretty noticeable. Never got anything gambling, I swear. Wow. Sell my 26. Oh shoot. 3 skills. Press 2. Not that that matters. They're pretty low numbers though. This one's well. Levels, I get. Open this. These can work better. bunch more life from something. Did lose some move speed though. It's fine. I don't really care much about move speed. Already kind of. Smooth, I gotta say. Upgrades. I also have 100% increase zone there. Little still pretty strong, even the other zone. I wish you could craft on those. It feels weird just to like get these items and they're basically either good or just useless. I guess you could sell them, like the merchant. It's kind of lame. Like, like oh, I feel like it's bubbles. I go for some probably AoE maybe. Probably the play. I don't really need that much more AoE. I'll probably keep running Hero Siege at least until Path of Fury update comes out end of the month. And that one is 24th or something like that. Going out soon. That'll be pretty sick, I think. It looks like a pretty nice update. Hopefully they fix a lot of problems that I have with the first iteration and then be nice. I don't know what they're making slash bossing any better. That was my main. Bossing is so tedious because you have to do those giant zones and stuff or the maps, I guess. But I guess you need to, yeah. And the problem with them is that they're not like fun to run. That's the main thing. They were like puzzle based and like really awkward and to traverse, parkoury and all this kind of stuff. Like cool stuff and fun. So I hope they've done a pass on those to at least make them less of a chore. So that was my main problem with the initial launch. That those maps were like way too annoying. Especially considering you're like expected to farm them. Kind of. So unpleasant. Yeah, so I hope they fix those. But the passive tree updates look nice. The itemization changes, some of the quality of life that they posted about Discord. Pretty hopeful about it. I'll play it for a little bit, at least until the PvE2 league comes out. Anyway. That turns out to be wrong. But I really want it to be good. I mean, Terraria is like already, I feel like a solid PoE. Didn't work out some of the kinks, I think. Systems. I don't know if it's worth doing. Just cause it takes a while and like you can get what do you get? Really don't know. Items, I guess. Sure, sure. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, oh, but it back here. Yeah, Oh, full inventory. It's dumb. The central skill. Storage space soon, man. Sort through all this. I had a heroic drop a while. Get one of those. I read the XP stack. Really like. I just keep going. Sets. So it's pretty nice for me. One more. We get to go to the dungeon. To the dungeon. So, oh, sit down. Uh, sure. Um, where was that? What do I have to do here? There. The heck? The heck? What's happening? How do I get out? Bang. Oh, what the heck? Stuck. You're supposed to do that there. You accidentally. Okay. Not me to save and exit, but just kill everything first. Freak out. What? Okay. Silly. Alright. I'm gonna price stuff, sell stuff, whatever the heck. Then type out. Is it? Hey. Um okay. Cheeks. Neck range. Ooh. Seven. Assuming it's gonna be the same. Sell it a little. These are not so. So. Also, 40,000 a pop seems like 4,000. Oh, hold on. Me. A lot of these. Oh, no Jade. Ow. practice myself. I just um workout. It is fun. I use one just for the what's my res? Do I E1 all red? Okay. Ruin some. Okay. I'm a call it. All right.